morning! Welcome to this year's Amazing You. My name is Clarissa and I'm coming to you from Revive Well Training Studio. Today we're going to start this day with about 30 minutes of movement, just to get you alive and awake and refreshed and ready to absorb this day. So grab yourself a few things. A water bottle would be really great, a mat or someplace on your floor nearby that you can do some stretches on, and possibly a pillow if you'd like to have that handy to sit on for your low back. So within these movements, I really want you to just enjoy them, to enjoy starting the day with a little bit of movement, not take it too seriously, not take yourself too seriously. We just want to get the body moving and release and ready for today's stories. Okay, let's do this. We'll begin standing. So everybody up, here we go. All right, feet square under you. Soft knees, nice tall posture. Let's just take a good morning stretch to get started. Reach the arms overhead, big, huge inhale, and press the hands away nice and wide. Exhale, forward fold. And we're just gonna relax in this forward fold for a few breaths. Just hang out here, let the neck relax, let the shoulders relax. And just take some deep breaths. One more breath. And go ahead and carefully roll yourself upright to stand. Reach those arms up overhead again. Stretch tall, reach tall, and press the hands away from you. Nice, slow, deep forward fold all the way down. Fingertips brushing the floor. And just letting everything release. Take a few more breaths here. Just getting the oxygen to fill the body, wake it up. Let's go 2 more rounds of the same movement. Inhale to roll yourself up. Nice and slow, take your time, reach tall. And wide arms, forward fold. Relax your knees, relax your back, take a breath. And last time together, inhale, roll up. Big, nice, tall stretch. And fold. Couple breaths here. Feeling good. Okay, let's get into the hips just a little bit more. Like I said, don't take this too seriously. Just feel the stretches, make them feel good. We're gonna draw the hands up to the shins, take a flat back, and all we're trying to do here is feel that stretch in the back of the legs. Should feel nice, open chest. Stick out the tailbone. Oh, waking those legs up. Just fully getting into our bodies before we sit for a day of stories. Let's open up the hips with some reverse lunges. So we're gonna touch the fingertips down to the floor and just step one leg at a time back into a nice long lunge. So I'm gonna take my left leg back and we're just gonna make sure we're reaching it way back there, getting a nice long stance. I want this foot really far forward. This hip is what I'm trying to stretch out here. Take a breath. Nice long lunge position. And we'll lift the hips and step forward carefully back to the top of the mat. Lift your upper body and step the other leg back into that lunge. Take a second, wiggle around, get the hips to open up. Still breathing. At any point, if you need to make adjustments like setting the back knee down, feel free to do whatever adjustments feel better for you. Make it your own. Make the stretches feel good to you. Lift those hips and let's do it one more time on each leg. Step forward and then the other leg steps back. Nice long lunge. Lift that chest. Take a deep breath. Just letting those hips open. And the last time, lift the hips, step forward and the other leg back. Nice long lunge. All right, so with this long lunge line, we're gonna go ahead and set the back knee down, start working on the hamstrings. I want you as best you can to lift your chest here, open up your hips, lift and take a deep breath in, And then take a breath out as you slide the hips back, stretching out the back of this leg, lifting these toes. We're gonna pulse between those two movements at the rate of our breath. So we'll inhale to open chest, open hips, and exhale, slide back, stretching out that hamstring. 3 more times on this leg. It's nice and smooth. Take your time with the end of each movement, lingering in each stretch. And slide back into that lunged position. We're gonna step the left hand inside of that foot. So we're gonna take that foot just a little wider out to the outside, and you'll feel that stretch a little differently through your hips and through your inner thighs. Should feel good, hopefully. Let's work on opening up the chest and the upper back. So my left leg is forward. I'm gonna take my left hand behind my ear, behind my head, and on my inhale breath, we'll rotate up to open up that chest, and my exhale will relax out of it. Let's take that stretch 3 more times. Inhale to roll open. Exhale to relax. Open chest. And last time. Great. Okay, set that left hand back down. Wiggle your foot back into the center. We're gonna pick up the back knee and step back to the top of the mat so we can do it on the other side. Step the left leg back, so now our right leg is forward. We're in that low lunge position, and we're gonna set the knee down. Inhale to lift the chest, repeating on this leg. Exhale to straighten out the right leg, feeling that hamstring and back of the leg stretch. Inhale forward, nice deep full breath. And exhale back. Hopefully everything's feeling a little looser. Starting to get a little more life in the body this morning. 2 more times. And then on this side, our upper back rotations. Step that foot out a little wider to the side. Fingertips behind the ear. Nice and strong through this hand and shoulder. Inhale to roll that chest open, twisting, opening, and exhale to relax. Feels so good to wake up that upper back, open up that chest. Let's take it one last time together. Nice big open chest. And relax, set the right hand down. And that foot wiggles into the center. We're gonna lift back up into our low lunge. And this time we'll step back to our first down dog. So both feet at the back of the mat, lift the hips nice and high, and down dog. Again, we're gonna be here for a few breaths, and I just want you to enjoy this position. So nice big stretch through the hamstrings, through your back. Doesn't have to look a special way, doesn't have to look exactly like mine. Move around, take some deep breaths. Just getting everything to stretch out, nothing too fancy. Let's take 2 more breaths here. And we'll carefully slide forward to a plank position. Shoulders stack on top of the hands. Nice long line with the body, getting a little hotter, waking everything up. Keep that core tight. Go ahead and set the knees down. We did all those forward folds. We're gonna reverse it with a little bit of a back bend. So gently let the hips come forward and the chest open. Open and lift the chest. Strong through those hands and shoulders. Take a nice deep breath in to open up that chest. And slide backwards, your hips to your heels in child's pose. Just a little bit of refreshing break. Settle into a comfortable position. And just take a moment to pause. Listen to your breathing. Take some really gentle, deep breaths. Relax your neck. Just staying in that child's pose. And observing your body, how you're feeling, how you're doing. Just getting a little more aware. We want to absorb today. We want to live it to its fullest. So I want you to be really noticing and mindful of every moment and every little thing, how it's feeling, how you're doing. Let's take one more deep breath together in that child's pose. Just enjoy that slow breath. And we are going to kick this up just a little bit, creating a little bit more heat in the body. Let's tuck those toes under and take your time lifting your hips up to a down dog again. All right, move it around, get loose, wake up those legs, make sure the blood's flowing all the way through the body. And let's lift those heels and walk the feet forward to the top of the mat, right behind those hands. Forward fold one more time. Hopefully everything's feeling a little looser. All right, take those hands up to shins again. We did half lift a little while ago, stretching out those hamstrings, nice lifted chest. And we're gonna work on stretching out the outer hips now. So we're gonna set the right fingertips just right down in between the two big toes, and we'll bend the right knee a lot. We're gonna lift and straighten the left leg and also lift the left hand. So nice long line up this outer hip, feeling a good stretch on the outside of that leg. Love this stretch. And then we'll swap it out. Left hand's down to the floor, bending the left knee, straightening the right leg, open it up. And let's just move back and forth slowly, breathing deeply from side to side a couple more times. And last time. Good. And then we'll take a forward fold. Just feel those legs releasing. Feel the upper back relax. Okay, lift that chest. Let's step the right foot back to that low lunge again. Okay, so this time things are a little hotter, a little looser. I'm gonna keep my back knee elevated this time to create a little bit more strength and energy. You are more than welcome to set that back knee down, do whatever feels good. Otherwise, you can follow along with me and keep that leg up for a little bit more effort, a little bit more work. We're gonna draw the tummy in and take the arms up overhead, high lunge. All right, nice, big, strong, energizing pose. Hold this pose, take 3 nice deep breaths for me. Pull the belly in, pull those arms back, nice and open chest, strong legs. All right. And then join me in taking the hands behind the low back to open up that chest. Roll the shoulders back, nice open chest. There it is. And here we go, a lot of strength. We're gonna lean forward, taking our shoulders, just hovering above this front leg. Just hover. Quite a bit of strength here, you got this. Keep your belly in, keep your back leg strong. Hold for another breath. Nice and open. Looking good. Go ahead and release, hands to the floor, nice job. Okay, if you haven't already, we're all gonna touch that back knee down to the floor and head back into that hamstring stretch. So straightening out this leg, we're gonna hold this for a little bit and just let that leg actually relax and open up. So to begin, I want you to lift the chest. Feel your hip pulling back, kind of drive that heel into the floor to pull the leg back. That will really emphasize that stretch for you. Lift that chest a little more open for one more deep breath. And relax yourself, forward fold, just let it go. Let the head fall towards that leg. And just for a moment, enjoying that stretch. letting yourself melt into it. Just going back and forth between challenging ourselves and then resting and recovering. And go ahead and bend into that knee one more time so we're in that low lunge. Lift the back knee, step to the top of the mat in forward fold. One deep breath in forward fold here. Lift the chest, engage your core, step the left leg back to that low lunge. All right, again, feel free to join me if you want, or set that back knee down. Keep the legs strong if you're with me. Keep the belly pulled in and reach those arms overhead. Here we go, nice 3 deep breaths. Hold that lunge. And with our last breath, can you sink a little deeper? Let those hips open up, looking good. Take the hands behind the low back, you got this. Nice open chest and shoulders, and lean forward, hover. Working that core, working that booty. Getting everything nice and hot. I am warm for sure, my goodness. Okay, we got this. One more breath here. And releasing the fingers to touch down, releasing that back knee to touch down. You did it. Extend that front leg, nice long hamstring. Keep that chest lifted with me for just a moment. Feel that leg lengthening, draw that right hip back. Doing good, and go ahead and recover. Relax that head forward to the leg. Just letting go. Continuing to take full deep breaths. Last breath, melt into it. All right, lift up out of that, bending that knee. Let's work on the inner thighs. Okay, so coming back to lifting that back knee off the floor, we're gonna rotate 90 degrees, so I'll be facing you. We'll be going long ways on the mat. So I'm just rotating, and then I wanna get you to adjust your feet with me. So they should be in fairly straight lines, pointed straight forward, and we're gonna just touch the hands down to the floor as best you can. If you're really tight this morning, coming up onto that pillow or a water bottle or something will help you out. Again, make those adjustments for yourself. Okay, so I want you to lift that tailbone, stick your booty up in the air, and then just slightly push into your toes as you relax that head forward into a wide leg forward fold. And just feel those inner thighs release. Might feel a little bit on the outside of the calves. And like I've been saying, feel free to make those adjustments if you need to go wider or narrower. Move around in the knees. This is your time, your morning, your day. You can do with it what you want. Make it your best. One more deep breath here. Lift that chest carefully, engaging your core. Fingertips stay on the floor for just a moment, and we're gonna switch the feet. So we're gonna take the toes out to the sides and the heels in, which will bend our knees. Bring the hands up to the thighs and just start to shift a little bit side to side, opening up those thighs. A little bit more of a deep stretch here. We're gonna open up the whole body with a big full twist. We'll drop right shoulder to the floor and push that right thigh open. And gently open up, lifting and twisting to the other side. Inhale up, exhale, press left hand into left thigh and drop left shoulder. Let's go a couple more times on each side. Inhale up, exhale, twist. This is one of our last deep stretches, so get the most out of it. We're almost there. Enjoy it. All right, good. Let's rotate back to the top of the mat in low lunge. And step forward to fold. Relax the head, take a few deep breaths. And just bend your knees all the way till you take a seat on your mat. All right, so once we're down on the floor, congrats, you made it. Feel free to grab water if you're needing it or wanting it briefly. We're gonna keep the knees bent for now and just do one last chest opening stretch. So all you're gonna do is hands slightly behind you, lift that chest away from you and slightly bend the elbows back, just opening up that chest. Give me 2 nice deep breaths. Nice open chest, bending elbows. And relax all the way down to your mat. Awesome job. Okay, we're laying down. Best part of the day, right? Okay. So with the knees bent, I want you to take your feet nice and wide. And your hands can relax wherever's comfortable. I just want you to feel your back and your head and neck just relaxing momentarily into the mat. Just let them adjust to the floor. Let everything kind of sink. We're slowing things down now, so I just want you to enjoy the little bit calmer moment. Slow everything down. With those feet nice and wide, just slowly, we're gonna take the knees to one side and raise them back up. Inhale, exhale over to the other side. Inhale and exhale. Eyes can be opened or closed, just slowing things down. We're letting the hips and low back release here. And on this next one, let's leave the knees where they are and just stay there for a moment. Just let that low back stretch. And if that's feeling good and you'd like to take it further, although that's definitely not necessary, place one ankle on top of the other knee to deepen that stretch. If that doesn't feel good on your back or knee, don't worry about it. And we're just gonna hold that light twist for the low back and legs and hips for a few breaths. Just unwinding. Just feeling relaxed and ready for the day. Let's release that ankle off of the knee. Slowly take the knees over to the other side. Just let those knees adjust and release. And just naturally open, let gravity do the work here. And you're welcome to test that ankle on that knee. Although the sides could totally be different, so it might feel good on this side and it didn't on the other, or vice versa, totally fine. Let that hip release. And relax that ankle off of that knee. We're gonna transition into just a couple minutes of final relaxation and preparation for the morning. You are welcome to stay lying down. I'm gonna come up to a seat and you're welcome to take a seat as well, whatever is comfortable to you. The next few moments should be completely relaxing and comfortable and enjoying. So wherever you're the most comfortable, get yourself adjusted and relaxed. And I want you to just take some more deep breaths. If your eyes aren't already closed, just close them with me now for a moment. I just want to be completely ready for all that today has to offer us. Let's just relax the tummy. Relax the low back. Feel your heart and your chest open. Feel your neck and your face muscles relax. We're just quieting down the mind so that we can be ready to absorb all of the knowledge and the wisdom that's coming to us today from all the different stories. And we want to open our hearts to the inspiration, the encouragement that we're about to receive. And I just want you to think for a moment about how you'd like the end of this day to feel. What are you looking for? What are you needing from this day? Just get yourself ready to receive that. Get excited about what you're about to learn and how you're about to grow and be encouraged. And if you aren't already seated upright, take your time now to roll up to a seat so we can all finish together. All right, let's reach the arms up overhead together and a final good morning stretch. Reach those arms up. Big inhale. Let the hands relax into the lap and fold. Let all the air out. Okay, we are ready, you guys. Wiggle it out. Hope you're feeling good. Get some more water. We are about to begin.
Welcome everyone to the 7th Annual Amazing You Empowerment Conference, Stories. My name is Bonnie Milletto. I am the founder and creator of Amazing You, bringing together people to share what they know for the betterment of all of us and then to stand in their unique brilliance. Today I am so proud to be your host. Now, many of you know that we were originally scheduled to be in a very large auditorium, but today we are coming virtually to you, wherever you are, watching this from, or whoever you're watching this with. We want you to know how much we appreciate you being here. While we don't have the packed audience to speak to, we're so fortunate because again, we have Amazing You. And we couldn't be happier to put on a program that brings so many voices together for Amazing You. For several months now, we have been filming in the most incredible studio, Apogee, here in Salem, Oregon. Apogee is producing the program today, and I couldn't be more grateful. Before we go on, let's rewind just a bit. Wow, we're having quite a year, aren't we? Worldwide pandemic, social injustice, and here in Oregon, around the world, devastating natural disasters. Everything as we have known it has suddenly been turned upside down. Discovering those new ways to go about our daily lives and yet maintain that connection with others, with our family, with our friends, with ourselves has been a challenge. So that is why we're coming virtually to Amazing you. Taking this high-touch, interactive, energized conference into the virtual world has been both terrifying and rewarding. Terrifying because I knew nothing about the technical to be able to bring this to you, but yet rewarding because it definitely pushed me outside my comfort zone to look at all of the new possibilities. And wow, I found the possibilities. But I knew I couldn't do this alone. So I reached out to the community within the Amazing You family, and I said, I need help. And they came, big time. It is because of them and through them that this event is totally possible. Thank you. We all started our day with the fantastic Clarissa, who led us through a yoga practice. And now we are all relaxed and ready to go. She'll be back with us throughout the program just to make sure we keep it moving. All right, those of you who have been with Amazing You the past, 7 years now? Well, we usually start with a dance party, don't we? So in lieu of a dance party, I give you full permission all throughout the day to do your weird dance moves. In fact, that's one of my specialties. Weird, being weird while dancing. So, bust a move, get up off your couch, chair, or from your office and just start dancing for no reason at all. Let me see. I'll give you a reason if you need that permission, because you can. Did you know you actually had the weekend to take all of this goodness in? So if you have to leave us at some point during the day, no worries. You can just pause, go away, do what you need to do, and come back and rewatch, catch up, or rewind some of your favorite segments and take it all in until Sunday at midnight. Now, let me tell you another thing. When I put the call out to all of the people within Oregon that could come here to the studio and film, wow, did they come. Remember, big time? I don't want to leave anyone out because what they have to say is so amazingly important, and you are going to want to hear from everyone. So with that said, breaks are going to be when you say they're going to be. So Bonnie, what does that actually mean? It means this. If you are watching it at home on your television screen or in your office or your organization on a big computer screen, press pause. Go away. Do what you need to do. Then you can come back, rejoin, rewind, or relive it all over again until the clock strikes 12 at midnight and Sunday night. Amazing You. We're here for you. I was amazed when I read that 70% of what we learn is through a story. It's how the human brain works. It's how we make sense of the world and our lives. Stories draw upon our need for human connection. One of the most powerful ways of inspiring others is telling that one thing that you and you alone have, your life story. With all its challenges, mistakes, failures, and setbacks, as well as the joys and the triumphs and the victories. Stories say something about what it means to be human. Along with the keynote speakers, you will hear many voices sharing their wisdom and moments of humanity, giving voice to that question. If you could go back and give advice to your younger self, what would you say? What would you say? It's been said, hindsight is the best teacher, so you'll want to listen up. Wow, these amazing voices sharing their insights from thought-provoking and powerful to emotional and inspirational will be sprinkled all throughout today's program. We all have a story to share, our own. Everyone has one. Everyone has gone through something that has changed them. Did you know telling your story can inspire others to move forward in their lives, provide hope, and your story, all of these stories, connect us together on that universal path that tells us, even in this time of uncertainty, that we are not alone. So, are you ready to get started? Yeah? Okay. I'm here. You are here. And this is Amazing You Stories.
You linger in the kitchen and you don't walk out the door. We are together like we've never been before. So much attention, so much time for me. Not long ago, well, there was always somewhere else you had to be. Now, you are here, you are here, you are here, you are here. Everywhere I look, I see your face. Everywhere I go, I'm in your space. Yeah, you are here, you are here, you are here, you are here. Any place I'm in, you're in it too. Never thought I'd see so much of you, but so far, you've never been so near. You are here.
Must all your favorite places be exactly where I am? This sofa was my thoroughfare, now it's a traffic jam. Let's make some boundaries, let's put down some tape. Gotta get some distance now, cause there is no escape. Since you are here, you are here, you are here, you are here. Everywhere I look, I see your face. Everywhere I go, you're in my space. Yeah, you are here, you are here, you are here, you are here. Any place I'm in, you're in it too. I never thought I'd see so much of you. So far, you've never been so near. You are here.
Is this heaven I smell?
It's all 9 circles of hell. One for every life I'd give to be back the way we were.
I
hate the way you're closer every day.
I would never want.
When can I get you out of my fur?
You are here, you are here, you are here, you are here.
Any place I'm in, you're in it too. Never thought I'd see so much of you. So far, you've never been so near. You are here.
You are here, you are here, you are here, you are here.
You are here.
You are here, you are here, you are here. Now throw the ball.
I have what I think is the best job at MAPS, which is Director of Private Client. Private Client is kind of an exclusive club. It's for when you've reached a certain level of success. There's several community influencers and special people in our private client group who have reached a level of complexity perhaps in their personal and business lives where they need some extra help, need or want some extra help. And between myself and my team, I have a rock star on my team, Don Wells, who's a private client banking officer. Our clients have our cell phones. They can call us, text us, email. They really can bank on their terms, and whatever they need, we take care of it. They don't ever have to come into a branch if they don't want to. And it's our job to make their lives easier and better. So putting a smile on people's face is what we do. So that's why I think I have the best job at MAPS. I was a MAPS client before I worked for MAPS, and I always had a positive image of MAPS because I always just felt good when I went to the branch, and I noticed that there was a feeling there. And since working there, I understand why. Really, the 4 core values that MAPS employees live by are collaboration, character, commitment, and competence. And those are just so in sync with my personal values that it just makes it a really great place to be. Another thing I think is really interesting is that MAPS was started by a group of 20 educators back in 1935, only 1 year after credit unions were allowed to form by law. So MAPS has been around a really long time. And then the next thing that I thought was very interesting that Mark Zook, our CEO, who's been our CEO for quite some time now, told me in a story recently, was that in 1941, the men that were in MAPS were leaving to fight the war. And so they were going to have a vote to close down MAPS, but there were enough women there that voted to keep MAPS going, and they ran MAPS while the men went to war. And that really has continued even to this day. 75% of the employees at MAPS are women. And there's many women in very key leadership roles at MAPS. And so I'm really proud of that, and there's many women that I look up to in the organization. And I also love working at MAPS because there's so much to the credit union itself. Many people obviously use us for their banking needs, and that's wonderful, but we do a lot more. We have a complete insurance department that does personal lines, commercial lines, really anything that you might need. We have a full investment department that does financial planning, retirement planning, manages all types of investments, so full service needs there. We have commercial and business. We also have a community foundation, which is one of my favorite aspects that I had no idea before I came to work at MAPS. So that's our philanthropic arm. That's part of the credit union. And that's been amazing, especially during COVID, to have emergency grants go out to the community where it needs it the most. Every year they give scholarships out to young people who are getting ready to go to college and who are in need and who have earned it. All Marion Polk Food Share. I could go on and on, all the Boys and Girls Club, all the different organizations that benefit from the Community Foundation. So I just think that's a really great story. And why are we able to do these things? Because credit unions exist, and MAPS in particular, to serve its members. Unlike big banks that obviously have stockholders that they have to satisfy, they have to earn a profit for their stockholders. MAPS does not have to do that. We exist to serve our members and our shareholders. We're not a public company. We don't have to satisfy stockholders. So we exist solely for our members, and that's what makes that special, and that's what makes us able to do that. So you just got to hear a couple little stories about MAPS. Now you're going to hear a whole bunch of amazing stories today, and get ready to write the new story of you. I'm Shalisa Beck, Director of Private Client at MAPS Credit Union, and I'm so delighted that we're the title sponsor for the 7th Annual Amazing You Conference. Have a wonderful time. Get the most that you can out of it. Have a great day.
Thinking about that topic, and that's really a great question that I think we don't often stop and think about. We always get asked a lot of questions. Who would you go back in time and like to speak to, or do this or do that? But going, back in time to talk to yourself is not really a topic I'd ever really given a whole lot of thought to. I mean, you always think there's things I wish that I knew when I were younger. And so what would that be? Well, I think if I could go talk to my younger self, I would just say, embrace who you are. I am a person that, as a child, I look back, on my own life, and as a kid, my parents would buy me toys, and I would take them apart to see how they worked. And then oftentimes I wouldn't put them back together or even play with them, because I was just, I had this curiosity, and really enjoyed taking things apart, finding out how they worked, and eventually my parents gave up and bought me an erector set, which was probably a really good move on their part, because then I could build and make and create things. And I think going through my life, I probably would have been diagnosed as a child now as ADHD and probably Asperger's. You know, so it takes a lot of stimulus in my life. So I'm always busy, always active, always doing things. And I think in my younger life, like in my 20s and 30s, there was a lot of pressure on how you should be. Like, this is who you should be. This is how you should behave. You should have this amount of balance in your life, and you should do this and this and this. And so I struggled to kind of fit into that mold, right? Try to be the person that I thought that I was kind of supposed to be, not who I was. And so somewhere I'd probably say in my early 30s, I started to realize, you know, this is just who I am. You know, I like after work going home and going into my shop and tinkering with things and building things and writing and being busy doing things and creating things and helping people in the process. And so at one point I finally got comfortable with, like, you know what, I don't have to be that person. I can just be okay being who I am. And actually my life is wonderful since I embraced, you know, just the special gifts that I've been given and tried to do, you know, use them for good to help other people with. So that's really, I think if I had one piece of advice I could give myself earlier in life, it would be just be who you are. Just be comfortable embracing that person, and it's okay to be that person.
Good morning. How is everybody today? This is so exciting. Bonnie, thank you so much for all that you do and bringing this to us. What a different way to go. I'm going to be in Nevada when this is airing. So, you know, hi from Nevada, and we're back here in Oregon. And hopefully I have this tan. I'm going to go to a wedding, so I want to look great. But as we get ready to start our day, let's talk about, we need a little coffee, you know, but unfortunately, being a restaurateur and a person, I don't like coffee. So I brought some tea. I'm a chai person, but I almost like any of the English. I love all of the different fruit flavors, all kinds of really fun teas. I'm going to make the tea, and one of the fun things that we have right now are kind of all the lattes. But a popular thing is the new lattes, and I like my chai latte. And so we don't really have the machines or anything here. So what we're going to do is just let's grab, oh, I think Bonnie's got something here for me. It's a little cream. We can just shake it up. We can do a little of this, a little bit of that. And girls, come on, move it, move it. Are you getting a little motivated? Are we going to have some fun today? Oh, yeah. Oh, we're going to just make some whipped cream. Let's just kind of add that in. Oh, it's going to be delicious. We're going to enjoy this. Oh, but wait a moment. We got a long day, and some of us are still in our pajamas, and we're having a really cool time. We can add a little more, can't we? Because we're not at the convention center where we have to behave. Would this be a little Bailey's, maybe? All right, there we go. We can just kind of, oh yeah, oh. Bailey's and tea is a very kind of, you think about the English, and they always add the cream to their tea. So guess what Bailey's is? It's nice and creamy, isn't it? So yeah, ladies, let's get ready for an absolutely fun day. I'm ready for the ride. I'm so excited. And I'm here with Bonnie. What else can we do? That's like the best. So grab your coffee, maybe your tea. It might even be a Bloody Mary today, but grab whatever you're drinking. Let's get ready, because we're going to have a wonderful day.
Thanks, Treva. You sure know how to bring fun to our morning. Now, that reminds me, you see this mug? Be amazing. What I want you to do is tell us where you're watching this from and who you're with by posting a photo and tagging us on Facebook and Instagram, Amazing You Conference and Amazing You Tribe on Instagram. And there's going to be quite a few of you that are going to be receiving the Be Amazing mug in the mail. So start posting. So what do I have here? Beautiful book of stories. A storybook. Wow. I remember as a little girl, growing up, shall I say, unconventionally. No parents, in the world of foster care for almost 17 years. Imagination, dreaming, and stories filled my day. I always wished and dreamed of faraway places. Our speakers you are going to hear from today come from near and far, sharing who they are and what they know, and the stories that you are going to hear will inspire you to maybe look at your own story. Are the words you use to describe yourself right now a true reflection of who you are, of your business, of your life? Maybe today is the day you rewrite the new story of you. So, I'm going to read you some stories. Oh yeah, I need glasses. Okay. Amina Moreau is the founder of 5-time Emmy Award-winning still motion and sway storytelling. Knowing the impact a well-known story can make, her passion for psychology, storytelling, and helping others comes to fruition, in large part, through sharing her knowledge in places like this. Amina's earliest beginnings were full of love, support, and shelter. Shelter from the real world. One day in her teens, her life came screeching to a halt, and her world was turned upside down. Hurt, betrayed, and hanging on by a thread, she had a big decision to make. Become bitter or become better. While it's taken her a long time to become trusting again, Amina takes great pride in her choice to not just improve herself every day, but to improve the world around her piece by piece, project by project. This is why she's here. Ladies and gentlemen, Amina Moreau.
Knock, knock. Wow, I didn't know you could yodel. A little old lady. Who's there? Who? Yeah, so that was a joke, and if you don't get it, that's totally on me. That was a complete flop, and it's because I told it totally out of order. I led with the punchline, and then I let all of the rest of the joke just kind of fall away. And might seem a little strange for somebody to do that, but interestingly enough, this is something that we do quite often when it comes to storytelling. And when I say storytelling, I mean it could be anything from pitching an important client to sharing what our workday was like with our spouse. Storytelling is something that we do every day, whether we're thinking about it or not. And one of the traps that I think we fall into quite regularly is very similar to what I did with that joke. We fail to recognize that the order matters, that the structure is really important, and that if you just kind of jumble up the order of things and expect the audience to just kind of follow along, chances are they're more likely to fall flat. Now, This meme might look familiar to you. This made the rounds on social media a couple of years ago, and it was fantastic. I think it really took off because it's so relatable, right? We all want to be that storyteller that can just draw that straight line from point A to point B, and the audience just feels this great sense of clarity. We know what we're talking about. We'd all love to think that we are that storyteller, and yet most of us meander around. And I think that a big reason that we do this is because we want to give people context. We think that having maximum backstory is going to help. And it is true to a certain extent, because context is important for storytelling. But oftentimes we go too far. And we give the audience way more information than they need in order to actually understand where the story is meant to go. And I think what that comes down to is really assessing what the audience needs to hear. It's hard enough to structure a story based on what we want to say. But it's a whole other ball of wax to then also consider what others need to be hearing too. And so I like to think of it as though it's a Venn diagram, where on one end we have what we want to say, on the other end we have what the audience needs to hear, and then the overlap is this sweet spot that I refer to as structure. And that structure in the middle gives us the opportunity to address both. I think it's just so important for being able to express our ideas, not just clearly, but in a way that emotionally resonates. And because I think that we can have so much more impact with our storytelling and beyond if we can just do that better. And so it really means a lot to me to be here today. And before we go into all of that structure stuff, I would really like to take a moment just to visit why this means so much to me. Both the storytelling part, but also just being here with you today, because you have no idea. This means so much to me. And it all started kind of a long time ago. There was a very pivotal moment in my life when I realized that I had to take a certain kind of path. And it really all started with what I consider to be the perfectly blissful childhood. I had the kind of childhood I wish for all children to have. Loving parents, a community, a safe place with friends and family, and feeling supported. And I really felt like the world was my oyster. I was raised to believe that I could achieve the things that meant something to me as long as I believed enough and worked hard. And my parents were so good. And my dad, he was kind of bad cop in the sense that he was a little critical. I realize now in hindsight that it was a very loving thing he was doing. He just had really high expectations for me, but sometimes it made me feel a little smaller than I think he intended to make me feel. But then my mom, she was good cop. And so whenever I was all like, Dad did it again, she was ready to give me a hug and make me feel just that unconditional love that you want for all children to have. And it was fantastic. In fact, my mom was my best friend. We told each other everything. It was awesome. But you can probably see where this is going, because it wasn't awesome forever. There was a moment where everything got turned upside down. And what I thought was my reality turned out to be completely different. And the people that I trusted most turned out to be untrustworthy. The safety that I had felt my whole life, I didn't feel anymore. And there was betrayal, there was pain, and eventually there was death. And I lost my mom when I was 14. It was very sudden, and it was not under good circumstances. And in that moment, I had a really important decision to make. I could become jaded and untrusting and just move forward with my life with a chip on my shoulder, and that would be that, and probably justified. At least I could justify it. Or I could go and spend the rest of my life trying to achieve something bigger and better. And I don't know what it was. It was probably the really, really good foundation that I had been raised with up until that point. It had given me the strength to decide, nope, this is not going to crumble me. Instead, I'm going to use this as an opportunity for growth, not just for myself and personal growth, but I want to try to fix things because this was a really rude awakening for me. I thought that the world was perfect. My parents had sheltered me from a lot. And then all of a sudden it was just all raw. And so I didn't want to just grow myself, but I was starting to see some problems, challenges in the world in general that I thought needed fixing. And I didn't know how I was going to do it, but somewhere along the way, I discovered storytelling. And I really do believe that storytelling is one of the best, most efficient vehicles for social change that exists. Because it's all about connecting people with ideas and making them feel and understand, and about connecting one another. And so I do really feel like that is part of the answer for me. But one thing that I struggled with, and quite honestly, I still do, is just the fact that I'm just one person. And I can only tell so many meaningful stories in my lifetime. And frankly, that's not going to be enough. The world has more fixing that needs doing than I can achieve myself. And that is a personal struggle that I've had for a while, because it makes me feel like I'm never going to be enough. But in some ways, it also motivates me to try to figure out, well, how can I be more then? How can I make a bigger impact? And I've spent a good chunk of my career trying to figure that out and immersing myself in storytelling projects that move the needle in some way. And a lot of the ones that I've worked on have, and I can feel good about that, but it's still not enough. And what I have come to realize is that it's really not about me. The answer to that drive to figure out how I can have a bigger impact really isn't about my impact at all. Because what I've realized is that it's not about the storytelling that I do or the stories that I tell. It's about the knowledge that I share. Because if I can empower somebody to become a more effective, a stronger storyteller, and they go off and tell more meaningful stories, but then they take it a step further and then encourage and empower someone else, then together, I think our impact can become exponential. And that's why it means so much to me to be here with you today. I think we together are a big part of that. And so, thank you for that. And with that, I think we should go ahead and do it. I think we should start talking about story structure and see whether we can be better storytellers together as early as tomorrow. Okay, so let's start with the hero's journey. That term might sound familiar to a lot of you. First of all, it's mentioned quite a bit in the context of Hollywood. Most Hollywood movies follow a hero's journey sort of structure. But more and more people are starting to adopt that framework for corporate storytelling, even personal storytelling. And so here's what the hero's journey looks like. Most great hero's journeys start with a strong hook. And that hook is meant to make people go, whoa, I've got to pay attention. It's something to hook them so that they go, all right, you've got me for a few seconds. And once you've got them, then you have the opportunity to help them develop a relationship with your main character. And that's really important because they've got to feel that identification. They've got to see something of themselves in that character. They don't have to love them per se, but they do have to be able to relate to them and understand what they're striving for so that we can get on to the next part of the story, but also make them feel a certain level of personal investment into the character and then into the ensuing story. So once we've done the character development part, then comes a really important element of the story, which is conflict. And conflict is meant to really fuel the whole story from here on out, because there has to be something standing in the way of the main character achieving that goal that we set up at the beginning of the story. If they want to achieve something, but there's nothing standing in the way, and it's just easy to achieve, then you just kind of fast forward to them achieving it and the story's over. There's no additional reason to keep watching or keep listening or keep reading. Whereas the conflict really sets up an opportunity for the audience to feel a sense of curiosity. Now we might be asking ourselves, okay, will he or she, or won't he or she be able to achieve this thing that they're striving for? And that curiosity makes us as the audience lean in just a little bit more and pay some more attention. And what are they paying attention for? The journey. This is where really the bulk of the story begins. And it's our character going on kind of a quest to figure out how to achieve the goal that they're working towards. And that journey is not necessarily going to be a straight line. It's not just going to be, yes, did it. Chances are it's going to be a bob and weave sort of situation where you're going to have some successes, but also, some obstacles along the way. And it might be a one step back for two steps forward type of a situation. But that actually creates even more excitement for the story. The audience then becomes even more invested because that sense of suspense and curiosity is growing even more, because now, while we're pointing to a potential solution, that journey isn't clear cut. And so you might be able to predict perhaps what might happen. There are still some unknowns. And so if it's done well, now the audience has put in enough time and enough energy and emotional investment, they have to stick around to see what happens. And that's really what leads us to the top of that triangle, which is the solution. It's kind of the answer to the question, will he or she, or won't he or she achieve the goal that they were working towards? And that solution doesn't necessarily need to be positive. It's not always going to be, yes, I did it. It could be, I totally failed, but here's what I learned from it. And so that's kind of the payoff. Whether it's positive or negative sometimes doesn't even really matter, as long as the message really comes across strongly. And then the last bit of the plot of this structure is that final punch. You really want to leave your audience with something that is memorable, that makes them go, wow, that was good, that makes them want to share it, or just makes them want to follow through with some sort of action. There are a few, I guess I want to call them mistakes, opportunities maybe left on the table that I see time and time again. And the first one is forgetting conflict. Because as we already discussed, conflict is kind of that fuel that leads to the journey. But for one reason or another, oftentimes in our storytelling, we just leave out the conflict part. And I see this a lot in corporate storytelling. A company really, really wants their product or service to be mentioned up front, right? Because they're thinking of that as the hero, but it's not. A person should be the hero. And so they start all these corporate videos with, here's our product, it's so awesome, or here's our service, it's so great, you should buy it. But then you see all of these drop-off rates right in the middle of that corporate video. People are really engaged for the first minute or so, but then if all of the interesting and compelling information is presented right at the beginning and then all the rest of it is just kind of filler, then there's no incentive to keep watching. And so this argument that people have short attention spans online, I do think it's true to an extent, but I think these drop-off rates, we're not seeing them because people have short attention spans, because people can sit through a 90-minute movie. We're losing those people more likely because we haven't structured our stories well. And we've led with all the good stuff and haven't given people a reason to watch all the way through. And so that's one of the biggest reasons that I think that structure is really important. But again, leading with the character development and feeling that investment and then getting to the conflict. The conflict needs to be there in order for the journey and that suspense to be there. So remember to include conflict. That and hunger. The drive, the desire of the character. Think of it this way. If the character just kind of wants something, just sort of wants to achieve a goal, we can't expect our audiences to want something more than our main character does. Our character has to want it and has to want it bad. And there has to be a good reason for them wanting it too, right? It's got to have some depth to it. But more than anything, that character has to fight tooth and nail to achieve what they're striving for. Otherwise, we're not going to be invested in what they're trying to do as an audience. And so that's one other area that I think that we need to spend a little bit more emphasis on is really showing, and not just stating it, but really showing just how badly our characters want something. And I think lastly, but not least, when we're telling stories about ourselves, these are really important questions to be asking of ourselves as characters, as though we are living the journey of our lives. It sounds a little corny, but we are, right? We all have that hunger. We have a desire for something. We are working towards goals. We believe in things. And there are challenges in our way. There are obstacles. That's just how life works. But if we can be asking ourselves, what do we really want? What do I really want? How am I going to get it? What obstacles am I going to run into? Which of them matter? Which of them don't? What am I really trying to achieve? What are the potential solutions? I think that these are questions that we can be asking ourselves, not just so that we can tell our stories better, but maybe so we can live our stories a little bit better. And with all of that, I do honestly believe that keeping in mind the structure, the order, man, it has such great potential to take us to the next level when we're sharing the meaningful ideas that we are with the people that we care about. And so with all that said about structure, let me try this again. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
A little old lady.
Little old lady who?
I didn't know you could yodel.
In my family, I was the middle child. I have a brother and a sister who both were high achievers. And I probably was considered the sensitive one, and I let people's opinions and words influence me in my life. I also matured physically a lot faster than my classmates. And so I always considered myself a big girl, and I was self-conscious about that. So, but in middle school, I decided I would go out for track and try the throwing events. And so I did the discus and the shot put, and we had the softball throw, and I did pretty well. But, you know, I always thought, okay, I'm the big girl out there competing. Right before I was about to throw, I heard this boy yell out to me, "Put all your weight into it." And then I heard these boys laughing. And for me, it just confirmed that I was the big girl, and it didn't feel comfortable. And so I didn't go out for track the next season. And I don't know if I would have been any good in high school because I didn't try. Well, compare that to my granddaughter, who also matured faster than her friends. And she also, in middle school and high school, went out for shot put and discus, and then javelin. And she told me that she could hear girls in the hallway talking about her behind her back, and they would say, "Oh, she's so big, she's so fat." And she took it a different way. In fact, it didn't stop her from doing anything, it fired her up. And she worked on her strength, and she worked on her abilities, and she set the school record in shot put and javelin. She won the National Junior Olympics as a javelin thrower. And now she is on a college scholarship to Oregon State University as a thrower. So what I would say to my younger self is, don't let people's opinions or words stop you from going for your dream. Get fired up and go for it.
So another story I want to share is when I went trick-or-treating, and I was, I don't know, maybe 8, 9 years old. And at that time, the parents can let you out in the neighborhood, you go around the block, and you were safe. And so I went with some neighborhood friends, and as we went up to this one house, they were first, and so I was the last person. And the lady, so when I said trick or treat and held my bag out, she looked at me with this look that was, it was just ugly. And she said to me, "You don't live here." She goes, "This is not your neighborhood." And of course, being, my age, I'm trying to explain to her, yes, I do live here. I just live a couple blocks, and we're out, having fun. And just the look on her face and the tone of her voice, and she threw that candy into my bag, and I couldn't quite figure out why she was treating me that way. And it wasn't until I was, a little older that I understood. And so at that time, I would have told myself, you need to go home, get your mom, get your dad, and bring them back to this house. But it was, I don't know, maybe I was a teenager. I was maybe 14, 15 years old. And I was with my mom and grandma, and we were at a department store in Lloyd Center. And my mom had sent me up to the counter to ask for a price on a blouse. And so there was the sales lady, she was with the customer, and I was kind of standing back. And the salesperson said to the customer, and she was talking about my mom and my grandmother, she said, "We have to watch those people all the time because they steal from us." So I immediately turned around with that blouse, went back to my mom and grandmother, and told what this lady had said. And of course, they came up to the counter to confront this lady on the comment that she had made. And of course, she was trying to say she didn't say it. But then, my mom and grandmother asked to speak, to a manager. So thinking about that particular instant, and comparing it with when I was out trick-or-treating, to me, I kind of felt like I knew what was going on then. And I knew that what that lady was saying, especially about my mom and my grandmother, that it wasn't true. So I want to thank my younger self for what she went through as a child. And, mainly, like I said, a good, happy life, family life. But I have learned I've learned from my grandmother, from my parents, that you need to stand up for what is right. And when you see something is wrong, you need to do something about it and call it out. So I have learned that, through the years, and as I've grown into this now 60-plus-year-old woman, that, my life was pretty good. And I'm so grateful for the child that I was, and from that child growing into this woman. So I know now that, it's kindness and it's love is what's going to help change, this world. And so I make sure I do my part every day. I'm around children every single day, and I love talking to the children. I love pumping them up, when they come in to see me. And that's what it's about. I think if we show more kindness and more love, more understanding with one another, that we will have a better place to live.
The advice that I would love to give to myself, if I could look back and just kind of say candidly, don't give up. There's no reason that you need to give up. I know that you have a lot of adversity. I know that you have a lot of struggle. You're not the richest kid. You're definitely not the poorest at heart, though. You have a lot to give to the world. Don't forget that. As you stumble, you're gonna learn how to catch yourself, and that's A-okay. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what other people think of you, it's how powerful you feel on the inside. You don't need to have other people take things away from you to correct you to shape who you're gonna become, because you're gonna become great, you're gonna feel that, and you're going to put that back on the world itself. Don't ever give up. When you give up, that's not an option. That's never been an option for you, and you're never gonna let that be an option for you. You've gone through poverty, you've gone through death, you've gone through whatever it is else that's happening personally on smaller levels, and you're gonna overcome all of that. Just know, your story's not over, and it's still going right now. So please, keep things rolling. When I was growing up, I dealt with a lot of poverty, a lot of death. My mom actually diagnosed with HIV. My stepdad died. I didn't know my dad until I was 20. These were boundaries, these were barriers that I had to go through to kind of create an identity for myself. And the strength of my mother and the strength of who I am really created what I have become. So my advice to you, don't stop trying. Don't stop going for excellence. Don't ever let people judge you into making the wrong decisions for yourself, because the right decision is be you right now and just feel empowered with it. Don't give up. At the end of the day, the silver spoon that you think everyone else had, that was actually your experience that you went through as a child. What you're going through right now isn't that big of a deal. It's just a chapter in the story. And the story is gonna be a great bestseller. So just keep going.
Be patient, be kind, be gentle. Take your time. Don't worry about being perfect. Don't strive. Don't work too hard. Shine, but don't outshine others. Have grace. Strength and grace will get you everywhere. It's okay to make mistakes. Learn from them. Play, laugh, have a sense of humor, be silly, have crazy amounts of fun. Enjoy life. Find the good in others. Pull it out of them. Tickle it out of them if you have to. Smile. Be sweet. Be sincere. Be you. You're already enough. Just the way you are. God made you precious and beautiful, inside and out. Guard your heart, not like with a protective cocoon, but by watching over it. Watch over it physically, watch over it spiritually, watch over it emotionally, because everything will flow from it. Everything flows from your heart. Your words, your smile, your shine, your authenticity, your success, it all comes from your heart. And it will sustain you. You don't have to do too much. Just be you. You don't know this yet, but you're going to be amazing. You're going to do mind-boggling, wonderful things for this world. Just relax. Just show up. Just be you. Be willing, and all the rest will come in time. Just show up.
On Saturday, June 29th, 2019, I had the incredible honor of being selected Miss Oregon from a phenomenal group of women from across the state. Though I've lived in Oregon since I was 13 years old, I was actually born in Mumbai, India. My parents and I immigrated to the United States when I was about 2 years old, and my Indian heritage has been a huge influence in my life. Growing up, navigating a dual cultural identity was actually one of the greatest conflicts in my life. I felt that I was never Indian enough for my family, and I wasn't American enough for the society I was growing up in. Finding a balance between these two cultural influences in a way that still allowed me to be myself was difficult. I felt like I didn't fit in anywhere, and that I was disappointing those around me because of it, leaving me insecure in my skin and reluctant to put myself out there. I remember when I was in 8th grade, we had elections for student government. I really wanted a position, but I told myself that I wasn't impressive enough to earn it, so I didn't run. When I was a freshman in high school, my choir sang the song Reflection from the movie Mulan for our final choir concert of the year. I so badly wanted the song solo, but I told myself that I wasn't talented enough to get it, so I didn't audition. When I was a senior in high school, I had the freedom to choose my next math class. I considered taking calculus, but I told myself that I wasn't smart enough to excel in it, or any math class. So I didn't even take a math class that year. I could tell you about dozens of times in my life when I wanted something, considered pursuing it, but didn't. It's happened a lot. In fact, if I had to come up with a hashtag that summarized most of my life, it would be hashtag almost did, but didn't. I think all of us have done that. Pulled in almost did, but didn't. And the worst part about it, the voice that told you not to try, the voice that convinced you that you couldn't, was your own. Think about that. In all three of the stories that I just told, I was the one that didn't believe in myself. Granted, there is no shortage of external criticism in the world. I mean, it is almost impossible to look around these days and not be reminded of our shortcomings, because sadness sells. We live in a society that so effectively exploits our insecurities that we now have an economy that thrives on the monetization of our misery. But when I reflect on those moments I just told you about, my almost did but didn'ts, the voice that I remember doing the most damage to my dreams was my own. When did we start becoming our own impediments? Why have we become our own burdens? And how do we stop it? It's only been in the last few years that I began asking these questions and envisioning a different reality for myself. If my voice has the power to hurt me, then maybe it has the power to heal me as well. Instead of using it to continuously put myself down, maybe I could use it to propel myself forward. And instead of my mind being this hostile environment, maybe it could be my sanctuary. I've spent a lot of time with myself in the last few years building that sanctuary, speaking to my spirit, feeding my faith, recognizing my reflection. Every day, I feel my body growing stronger, my mind growing clearer, and my soul growing lighter. I am releasing the burdens that were never mine to bear. I am pushing myself in ways that I never thought possible. I am recommitting to my values, reimagining the world we live in, and closing the gap between the woman I am and the woman that I've always wanted to be. 4 years ago, the Associated Students of Oregon State University, OSU's student government, had openings for positions in its executive branch. I wanted a position, and instead of telling myself that I wasn't impressive enough to earn it, I focused on submitting the best application I could. I applied and was fortunate enough to be selected as that year's coordinator of women's affairs. 3 years ago, the Miss Washington County Scholarship Pageant was taking place in my hometown. I wanted to compete, and instead of telling myself that I wasn't talented enough to win, I dedicated time every single day towards improving my performance. I competed, and not only did I win the title of Miss Washington County, but I took that same talent to the Miss Oregon competition later that summer and won a talent award for my performance. The song that I sang was Reflection, and that was the song that I competed with last summer when I finally earned the job of Miss Oregon. 2 years ago, I graduated from Oregon State University with my Bachelor's of Science in Chemical Engineering, a degree that required mastery of not 1, not 2, but 5 terms of calculus. The thought of taking that many rigorous math classes would have terrified me in high school. But instead of telling myself that I wasn't smart enough to become an engineer, I just studied harder than I ever had before. Now, I work as a process engineer in the semiconductor manufacturing industry, and have shared my story with students across the state so that they know that excelling in engineering is a matter of perseverance, not preordained talent. Earning the title of Miss Oregon was almost another almost did but didn't moment for me. After competing for 3 years, I almost didn't come back last year, my final year of eligibility. Despite placing first and second runner-up in previous years, I just didn't believe that I had what it took to be Miss Oregon, and I felt that I was losing myself a little more every year trying to become who I thought they were looking for. I had reached the point where I cared more about winning than honoring my authenticity. I knew that if I was going to do this one last time, it needed to actually be me that was doing it. Last year, instead of telling myself that I didn't have what it took to win Miss Oregon, I challenged myself to simply work towards becoming the woman that I needed when I was a girl. After all, it's not like trying to be someone else had worked before. One of the questions I was asked in my Miss Oregon interview last year was, having competed for 4 years, what is different about you this year than in years past? I looked at my judges and I answered, this year, I am here to advocate for myself. My allegiance is not to the goal of winning Miss Oregon, but to using this opportunity to share my lived experiences and my values. And if who I am happens to align with whom you all believe Miss Oregon 2019 should be, then what a blessing that will be. But if not, I know that there are other opportunities out there for me. I will always be grateful to that judging panel for blessing me with the job of a lifetime, but I am even more grateful to myself for not sacrificing who I am in the pursuit of that job. While never becoming Miss Oregon would have been disappointing, ending my journey in the Miss Oregon Scholarship Program as anyone other than myself would have defeated the purpose of competing entirely. As Miss Oregon, I've traveled across the state promoting my social impact initiative, STEM Powered, by bringing STEM learning opportunities to young students with the goal of inspiring the next generation of female scientists and engineers. Encouraging women towards careers in engineering not only brings them more economic empowerment as individuals, but allows us to have more diverse workforces in our fastest growing industries, which increases creativity and productivity overall. While I hope to do my part to grow the percentage of working female engineers in the United States, which currently only stands at 13%, there is one more message that I want to share with as many young women as I can, so that they never have an almost did but didn't moment. And it is this: build yourself a sanctuary that is sweet but strong. Make it flexible but formidable. If you can find solace within yourself, if you can create a space of healing that is available to you at all times, you will grow more ambitious, more courageous, and have a greater capacity for empathy than you ever thought possible. Become your greatest ally, and you will never fight any battle alone. Because honestly, no one can pay you the love that you owe yourself. You, yourself, your sanctuary.
So what advice would I give my younger self? And the first thing that came to my mind when Bonnie asked me this question was I would probably think about boundaries, how to form some boundaries to help my life in those younger years. When I was running crazy, raising a family, I'm very entrepreneurial, starting 3 businesses, you know, working in the nonprofit world, working in the for-profit world. But being a Taurus, one of the generalities that is mentioned when you're a Taurus is that you have this passion and this big heart and you want to save the world. And I had the passion from the time I was a young person to be able to step in and support people and help them get where they needed to go. And who was I? I had no education in that as a young 10, 11, 12-year-old, but that was my heart. And so my whole life, that's what I've my commitment has been to people and helping the underdog, whatever that means, you know, to make a difference in your community. We were put on this earth to support, not to be a taker. That was my philosophy. So I don't know if I had to do it all over again, if I would know or be able to set my boundaries, because my life has been so full. And I was able to be strong enough to handle a lot of things at one time, to wear many hats at one time, you know, to try to be a good mom, try to be a good wife, be supportive. You know, I think about support with my husband, Guido, and he was the athletic director at North Salem High School, and I believe this was in probably the maybe early 70s, and our children were young, and he never was home, so we never had dinner together. So what I did is I packed up all the food and I went down to North Salem High School and I cooked dinner in the home ec room. And my children were there and he would take maybe 30 minutes and be able to visit with his children. And then off he'd go to do his thing and I would wrap everything up, take it home, take the kids home, get them ready for their bedtime. And so that's just a little example of, you know, being there and trying to be supportive. So it's been an interesting life, Another thing that I need to tell you is that I hate cameras. I'm afraid of cameras. And so I think I've gone through my life sort of doing the work from underneath, but never wanting to be in front of a camera and share my life. That's been hard for me. But as I've grown older, and I'm much older now, I'm beginning to realize you can do this, and you need to, as Bonnie would say, shine your star. What I've learned now in my older age is that boundaries are really important. And it's okay to say no. I'm finding that out. It's okay to say no. I don't have the strength that I once had. And so it's really important that I now, you know, have those boundaries. I'm waiting to see what my next project is or my next move or what God has in mind for me in our chaotic world. But I know one thing, that I am establishing my boundaries. And it's okay, like I said, to say no.
I want to tell you all a little story. This story is titled, The Day I Fell in Love with Brian Flannery. 2 years ago, Brian and I were both in Bend, Oregon. We were keynoting at a conference. He was in the morning, I was in the afternoon. When the day wrapped, we all got together for a mix and mingle with the conference organizers, and Brian and I struck up a conversation. And during the conversation, he said, Bonnie, you would love my wife. And I said, really? I said, tell me about her. All right, everyone, listen up. because the way that he described his wife when she was not even there was so amazing. He told me what she did. He told me the mother that she was, the wife that she was, the CrossFit that they were into at that time. And then he said, I know you'd love to meet her. Would you like to see a picture of her? I said, absolutely. He pulled out his phone. He showed me the picture, and at the same time he said, isn't she the most beautiful woman? Liz Flannery was a speaker at AmazingYOU last year, and her beauty on the outside, it didn't even compare to what was on the inside. Yes, she is stunningly beautiful. But that day, I fell in love with that man who was so in love with his wife, with his family, with his life. So how did he get to be a part of AmazingYOU? I get this message, hey, you might be interested. During COVID, work is slowed down. He flies all over the world with his security consulting business. You can look him up in your booklet, Foresight Security Consulting. And he said, I brought out 5 friends, 5 old friends of mine. 5 guitars. Because years ago, little did I know, he used to have the Brian Flannery Band that traveled all over, albums galore. You can still find him on some of those things. I don't know, what would it be? Spotify, iTunes, you know how to find that. And he said, I want to do some concerts, some fundraisers from my living room to support essential workers. And Liz is going to be my camera woman. Wow, I was blown away. After that first fundraiser that he did, that so many people tuned into, I picked up my phone and sent him a text message. All right, sir, you've done it to yourself. Bring those 5 friends of yours because we need you, the Brian Flannery, amazing singer-songwriter, to light up our program. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Flannery.
Can't stop my fingertips, your skin. My senses flying as I breathe out, you breathe in. Spinning around and round and round, around and round and round, oh my soul. Where it goes, where this will stop, baby, nobody knows. You are beautiful. You are everything. You are peace to me. You are. That autumn breeze blows your hair cold across your chin. And I can feel the goosebumps on my mouth, baby, as I pull you in. If I could hang 1,000,000 stars, rename Jupiter or Mars, I would for you. I would shape of our mistakes and fix your heart from all its breaks, just to see you smile. You are beautiful. You are everything. You are peace to me. You are. Oh, you are. And I'm swimming in your ocean. I'm drowning in your sea. Something deep inside is pushing. Without you, I am nothing without you are beautiful. You are everything. You are peace to me. You are.
Dear younger self, go with the flow. Don't sweat the small stuff. Learn from everything that life is going to hand at you. Even on your worst days, they'll get better because it's not going to stay there. You can do it, and you will always win. Even though it's a bad experience, you will always learn from a bad experience, and you will become a better person for it. If it's a good experience, enjoy it. So it's a win-win. Don't let nobody change the way you are, because you are the way you're supposed to be. So give all yourself with everything that you do. Give your heart, mind, and soul, because this is what you're going to be. So enjoy the ride, have fun, and love everyone.
Okay, it's time again. I hope you're having the most amazing day. We are going to go through about 5 minutes of stretches. I'm going to stay seated on my mat for this session, and you are welcome to pop down to the floor if you'd like as well, or stay right where you're seated. Either is fine. Let's move our bodies a little bit and get refocused. To begin, I'm going to set my left hand down right next to me, reach the right arm up and over, and just stretch. Just open up that chest and take a nice deep breath. And we'll reach both arms carefully up overhead and over to the other side. Nice deep breath and stretch on this side. Oh, just getting everything going again. Inhale up. Exhale into it. And one more time on the other side. Good, and let's get some twists for that back. Reach the arms up. Place one hand on your knee and the other hand behind your back. Just twist. Oh yeah. Drop the shoulders, lift the chest. And just carefully come around to the other side. One hand on the knee, one hand behind you. Twist. Breathe. Let's go one more time on each side. Hold one breath. And last time on the other side. Great. And for the legs, the lower body, if you're seated on a chair, scooch to the edge of that chair right now. Otherwise, if you're on the floor with me, you're great where you are. We're going to bend the knees and take the feet pretty wide apart. And we're just going to rock those knees side to side, releasing the low back and hips. And just kind of let those knees go back and forth, breathing. Oh yeah, making sure that low back isn't too stiff. We want to feel good in our bodies for the rest of this session. Just move around, loosen things up, get the blood flowing. All right, good. And our final stretch, one of my favorites, we're gonna take a little neck stretch. Let's place one hand, palm up, just under the hip, under the thigh. And we're gonna open up the chest and just relax that opposite ear to shoulder and just feel the stretch up that neck, side of the neck. Eyes can be opened or closed. Just a couple deep breaths to release any neck tension. Gently lift the head back upright. Switch the hands out, other palm under that hip. Lift the shoulders nice and tall. Drop the opposite ear to shoulder and relax, opening up that neck. And we just want to stay present and engaged, using our bodies to fully participate in all that we're learning today. Good, let's take a final stretch together. Everybody, arms overhead, reach tall. And breathe out. All right, well done. Let's finish out this day.
Turning child abuse on its head with this insightful and inspiring story, Sarah Noel Carpenter uses her light-hearted wit and gentle humor to help you see a tangible world without the pain of sexual abuse. But once you hear the story, it will be yours to share.
What is up, amazing you? It's been a crazy year, right? Simply put, we didn't know if we'd be here. We didn't know if October 2nd would even happen, right? It's been heavy, right? God, I feel like I know heavy, huh? Don't you? Have you, did I get, we've all been carrying this around for a while, right? So I know what you're thinking. Why'd you bring the weight today? Well, we're gonna talk about some heavy stuff. And I wanted you to know that I could take it, right? Heavy stuff is no big deal to me, right? Heavy stuff is just the way that I live my life, right? I'm just like, how can I help? Sarah C, here to help, right? But for real, we are gonna talk about some very heavy stuff today. But I can handle it, and so can you. All right? So here's the real stuff. Let me just begin with the disclaimer. The stories that you're gonna hear from me are real and true and painted in every color. These are your stories, my story, but more importantly, a new story that we're gonna write together today. We're gonna talk about some stuff that's gonna feel super uncomfortable. I'm getting anxious right now because I know what's coming, right? We're gonna be realer today than we ever thought we'd go. I've had this story on my heart for almost a decade. I told one person and their reaction got me thinking that there was a bigger story here, that there was something that we had to be talking about, that there's something that people are ready to talk about. that these are the conversations that we must have, okay? So we gotta tell it. We gotta tell the story in big ways and in small. We gotta tell it in this room, around the water cooler, at church, anywhere that people are willing to listen, even when you think they're not listening. I can promise you this. I've talked about this before, right? No matter how much I absolutely shook people, they were touched by this. And they're out there telling this just like you're going to, okay? I'll tell you up front, it doesn't take anybody special to talk about this, okay? I've never been paid to research this stuff. I'm not sure I could stomach working in this field. Now that I got your attention, we're gonna talk about child sexual abuse. And check it out. I hope I've gotten it all wrong, okay? I hope that this never happens. I hope it's not happening, but we know that it is, right? We know that it happens. We know that there are children every day who are currently victims of, or at risk to be victims of, brutal child sexual abuse, okay? But I'm gonna offer you a different perspective. You've heard all the perspectives, right? Let's lock them up. How can we punish them? You've heard it all. But today is where we're going to talk about a new perspective. You've heard how we get victims to change and say things and do things. But never mind them and them. It's us, right? If victims and predators never change a thing, okay? Bear with me. This is the best part, right? And this is why you're going to watch till the end. Because I've got the answer for if victims and predators never change a thing, we as society have the power to eradicate child sexual abuse, right? If victims and predators never change a thing, we as society today, right now, starting when you hit stop on this video, we will eradicate child sexual abuse. Relish that, right? Imagine that. By the end of this speech, you will have the insight and the knowledge to see this from a different lens. We will absolutely remove our stigma of silence from this world. And I promise you, you will have a fire in your belly. You will understand why I waited 10 years until the right moment to release this video. Because I've said it to people and they've responded, but it's scary for me to do this, right? To imagine how everybody might respond to the lady who wants to talk about the people who touch the kids, right? They don't know what to do with me. And that's the reminder for you. That you don't have to be special. You don't have to have special accreditations to save your kids, right? To do something, to say something. When this is finished, you will have this fire in your belly to do something. So take notes, okay? Flip to that page with my picture in your booklet. Okay, get ready to write. Get a pen, stand by the wall, destroy to make this possible if you have to. Or just like open your phone and pull the notes up, the app up and just make your notes there, okay? Write what you want to remember. Write the things that blow your mind that I'm saying. Write your story on that page. Because it's going to be your story that's going to make this. What's it gonna be? Because your story, there's a lot to sort out. It's not easy when we start with your story, but your story is gonna be what they listen to, okay? I know you've already heard the studies. They've explained that the brains of pedophiles are wired differently than non-pedophiles, with a misfiring of the pleasure sensors of their brain. It isn't that simple. I'm getting with TED Talk, you know, we gotta like keep it real, we gotta get through this real fast and all that. But people, humans, with a misfiring of a pleasure sensor in their brain that defines, that is pedophilia, okay? Now, many people are raised in super healthy environments where they know that relationships with children are wrong, right? They have this baseline for understanding that this attraction is not something that society is going to support because they've had relationships all around them that have made that clear, that have kept healthy boundaries, that have pointed out odd or perverse or confusing thoughts or actions, okay? Maybe they just have normal lives, grow up to marry somebody who looks childlike or acts childlike. But imagine if they were not raised in a healthy environment, right? Between the internet and society and the mixed messages that we feel as parents we don't have any control over, and the complicated life, and they go to school and she's got that best friend with that earring and she dyes her hair, and the world feels really complicated when you're trying to protect children. So imagine these kids, these people, these humans growing up in that, growing up with these feelings and not being told what's appropriate and with whom appropriate relationships should take place and at what age and what that looks like. And worse yet, what if they are abused? People, humans, and then somebody changed that. That first experience didn't keep them in bounds, didn't give them a baseline. And that was taken from them too. You can see how all bets are off, right? How will they ever have a baseline for what's healthy in society if that is where it begins and ends, right? How do you become aroused by what's appropriate if you grew up with child abuse in your life, in your family, within society? I could bore you with statistics, or we could argue about them. But the bottom line is, the prevalence of pedophilia in society, we don't know, right? We don't know how many pedophiles exist in the general population of society. Mostly because people don't get caught. But from all of the studies that we've seen, it seems to point to right under 5% of adult males. Right under 5% of adult males. And we don't even know how many women there are, mostly because society is pretty quick to ignore it. And women have an extraordinary opportunity to be alone with women because of the nature of the maternal relationship. So this is where we start to spin out, right? I know more than 20 men. I know so many women, right? Your heart sunk, right? You have more than 20 male followers on your Facebook page. You've got countless number of women that you're friends with in real life. Child sexual predators live in connection with everybody and everybody's child. People, humans, right? I don't know if that's the statistic that's stirred in me all this time. If that was the piece that I always felt like I was going to be able to solve with this, that people are going to be around you, that you're going to know a lot of people, that if we live this life right, we're going to know everybody. But we have to live safe lives. They have to live safe lives. Our children deserve safe lives, right? I promised you it was going to be heavy. But here's my promise, right? And it's just this simple. Here's this trust part where I got to get you to say this before I even tell you how you're going to do it. Say it with me. Not my child, not our children, right? I want to hear you where you're at, weirding people out with your headphones on the bus, right? Not my child, not our children. There's some people in here, they got to say it too. I'm going to make them, right? Not my child, not our children, not my child, not our children. It's that simple. It'll never happen in front of you. It'll never happen around you. It'll never happen in places that you allow your children to congregate. Could you do it? Could we do it? Could I promise you that right now? You be the judge, right? Hear me out. I said I was going to need your trust, right? That you just said that they probably heard you say that. You made the promise to them, not me, okay? This is where we get weird. I'm going to talk to you about how these folks, these predators, these child sexual predators, pedophiles, child abusers, people you know, get away with it, okay? Before we unpack how we're going to change things, I need to make sure that you get it. Let's begin with a super uncomfortable story, okay? Now, predators generally have a type, right? Based upon age, body type. Oftentimes, it really has far more to do with availability and access to children than anything. But maybe this predator has a taste for young toddlers because they can't say anything, or 6 to 8-year-olds because they're curious, or 12 and 13-year-olds because of their developing bodies. Heightened senses and awareness that these children are on their radar, right? But it's availability that creates the opportunity. So here's an example, right? Obviously, all names are changed. So Jack is a pedophile who has an attraction to 8-year-old girls. And his daughter is 8 years old at the time. Now, Jack was abused as a child. And so he had a very firm reserve to never, under any circumstances, abuse his child. But now she's 8 and her friends are 8. And he's got 8-year-olds in his house. And he's got 8-year-olds around him. And this is what he'd do. Wait for all those kids to go to sleep and pick his favorite. Pull her out of bed and abuse her. And that's like crazy and horrific. And I'm trying to find words that are like not cuss words right now. But the crazy part, this was the part that as I'm watching this video and Jack tell this story, I'm going, whoa, this is crazy. I can't believe, and he's pretty graphic about how he gets away with it and what happened in that moment. But it was the grooming and the manipulation of the conversation that he explains with the mother. He's quick to walk out that front door, he says, and catch her at the car and say, hey, I did everything to make sure your sweet Susie, sorry to everybody called Susie. Your sweet Susie had a crazy dream last night. No, it was just nuts. She was flailing. She wet the bed all over the sleeping bag, and I had to get her out of there and get her, got her in my bed and washed her clothes and changed the bedding. And I don't know what she was dreaming about, but it was crazy. So then on that car ride home, when Susie's trying to tell Mom what Jack did, what's Mom say? It was a crazy dream. It was a crazy dream. Susie sat in the courtroom and was questioned about her crazy dream. Jack's in prison and Susie's at her house still trying to figure out if Jack's in jail over a crazy dream. And so Jack told his story, right? Gave Susie, with her ever-loving struggle, probably after that, the opportunity to at least know that it wasn't a crazy dream, right? So this helps you understand how people get away with it, right? This helps you understand that isn't smoke. It's fire we have to find. When she says, yeah, and well, and they don't want to talk, it's weird. It's weird. 10 years ago, people be like, why is your homegirl smelling? You'll have a nose for this now. Maybe it's BS, maybe it's manipulation, maybe it's somebody abusing a child somewhere. And the worst case, like the worst case, is they may be a little weirded out. I weird people out sometimes. That's the worst case. I'm gonna give you one last stomach turner. You're like, come on, you led with the Jack story. We can't take it, but like, one last stomach turner. And then I promise you, the mountains that we are climbing right now will absolutely pay off with the view. I'm not the first to tell you, but I hope that you listen this time. Your pictures are not safe on the internet. Somebody already said that. They already put that in like a class on a blog about how not to get your kids stolen and stuff. But for real though, your pictures are not safe on the internet. And where you post them doesn't matter, right? It can be on your team's YouTube channel. It can be on your private Facebook page. It can be on your school website. Everybody has access to this. It's on the internet. Now, let's be clear. If you would comfortably pass that photo, the one you're about to hit post on, if you would pass that photo around a room of strangers that you now know, if we've got over 100 adult men in the room, we may have several that are going to look at that picture and see something that's not nurturing, feel something that's not nurturing, that's not healthy. So before you hit post, think about that photo. Oh, he's cute, he's fully dressed, great, post it, right? Whatever you're comfortable with. I'm not here to judge. I got plenty of pictures of my kids on the internet. But before you post one more photo of the naked child, one more photo of the child in the bathtub, one more photo, or 37 photos of a child in the same bathing suit, of the same child, think about the ammunition, because this is what's happening, right? We're starting to see these Netflix specials. We're starting to read these things. Like, the world is already talking about this. There was a reason why I was supposed to wait to say these things, because it had to be the right time. Because predators got a network too. In group text messages, DMs, sure, websites and the like, they're sharing this stuff. And there it is, your photos, available for download, even being sold. Because they got a whole folder of valuable pictures of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed child that fits the hashtag that works for them. They're going in the comments of your YouTube video and they're tagging each other. And they're doing weird hashtags that you don't understand. It doesn't matter, it's all comments, everyone's just listening, right? And they're sending people to 2 minutes and 36 seconds so that they can see your child's body manipulated into the sexual hashtag that they follow. It's a bummer too, because some of these predators even have Facebook groups. I've wondered sometimes before I've reported them if I had joined them, the group, with the wrong premise because they're there to protect children. And then I began to read these threads and they're all saying, go look at this. I can't believe they would post a picture of their child naked. Go and report it. And when I clicked on it, I'd seen 10 people's comments and they're weighing in. But when I reported it, it was deleted. This was like just in the last few months. This was the point where the weight, I like always like, it's like, oh, it's just 25 pounds. Like people just curl this and stuff. Like it's like the weight of like what I had to say became real. When somebody had added me to this group, bless their heart, because they knew I had, you know, the passion or whatever, the stomach or for this. And it made me realize how prevalent it really is. So why are you giving away all those pictures? It's ammunition for this thing, right? The world is changing as we know it. Will we wear the masks for? I don't know, right? But we're going far more digital. You're seeing me. You probably don't even know me. Follow me, but you probably don't even know me, right? And you're listening to this video and you have access to this and you're bored and we're posting more and more pictures of the kids and the stuff that we're doing to stay connected. And we gotta be real careful with those. So please frame them, carry them around on your phone, send them to people that have been around your children plenty of times and never led you to have any concern, okay? This is just the starting line of the question that we as society revisit again and again. How do they get away with it? The simple answer, we let them. Now, just about all of the circumstances include some kind of grooming. Not only grooming the child, but the adults, like we've seen. Maybe they're spanking your baby's butt as they walk by and trying to gauge your reaction. Maybe they invite your child on outings or dates alone. All the while, they're watching, trying to make your life easier, to see where their opportunities will begin and how many more opportunities they will have as their trust grows, and even what they may share with other people in their network. Right? Oh. Yikes. All I can think is I just wish I had some essential oils that I could diffuse. I had to just say that so that we can absolutely move on, okay? Commit with me right now to watching this video all the way to the end because we've turned that corner, okay? How does this work, right? Now that we have our pens in hand, right? Now that I've got this fire, now that you're all uncomfortable, now that you've got this little bit of hope, what do we do? What do you do, right? You tell everyone you know, especially the ones that concern you, right? And it's actually more simple than you think. You see someone, they're playing with your child, they're wrestling around, there's that smoke, right? They're a little uncomfortable. Should I say something? Are they gonna be offended? Are they gonna weird it out? I mean, is it gonna be, and you just say something. Hey guys, stop the game, time out real quick. I'm gonna have you guys find something else to do because while you were playing, wrestling around, rolling around, hands were landing in some places that you may not realize. I saw some hands on thighs, inside of thighs, right? And then you look right at the person that concerns you and you say, we don't do that. That's not an appropriate place for you to touch on them, even by accident, or when you're having fun, or when you're playing around, or if they're okay with it. When you're older, you'll understand, and in the meantime, find something else to do. Because there are people out there that will try to touch kids in those areas, and we need them and you and the whole environment to not be desensitized to that. We need to make sure that everybody responds in a way that's shock and discomfort and fixing it. Because there are some adults and older kids out there who do need help, who do need to talk to a professional. But in the meantime, my job is to make sure not my child and not our children, this will never happen around me. So that's a cool example that I gave you, right? Something easy that you can do when a couple of kids, maybe an older kid with your child is messing around, joking around. But what do you do? What if it's someone that you don't feel comfortable talking about it with, educating? Hopefully after today, I've given you enough that we don't even have to have this conversation. But I remember when I first learned all of this, that was my face, just like yours is. But you're behind a mask. That was my face too. And it was hard to know what to say. I'm going to use an example from when I felt like I didn't have a voice for this thing. We're at a family party. There's a guy there who's dating somebody who I respect very much. And he pulls my oldest daughter, who's very, very young at the time, into his lap. There's that smoke thing, my mom radar, whatever you want to call it, kind of starts. I'm watching his hands. They're in places that I'm not comfortable. And I did what you can do if you're not sure. Easiest, make an excuse to pick up your child. Get him back into your safe arms, right? When you tell all of your friends that you do trust about this, make a safe word. Should we have peanut butter and black grape jelly sandwiches? Something bizarre that you'd never say. And as soon as I say it to my best friend, her eyes are on my children too. And we're both looking for excuses to remove children from the situation. And if something's happened, call the authorities. I can't handle this by myself. You can't handle this by yourself. This is professional level. I'm not even a professional, you guys. I just care. And I decided that in my own hometown, in my own home, at the things I sign my kids up for, that it's not going to happen. And it's that simple. They say the length of a minute depends on which side of the bathroom door you're on. I can imagine the eternity that 1 minute feels like while you're being abused. Try something with me. I want to test that minute. I want to test you for a minute. I want to watch this video analytics and see all of you can hold out for that minute. We yield 1 minute of our time in honor of every child that has ever had to feel that 1 minute. More importantly, we yield 1 minute now so that our great-grandchildren will never have to give it. Silence, please. It's a drowning feeling, a desperate feeling for that minute to be over. And nobody's coming. And they're not stopping. I hope that lit your fire, man. Ooh. Ugh, but I hope that you didn't spend even a second of it angry. Because here's where that's wasted, in my opinion. I hear people talking about what they do to child molesters, right? Beat them up, do what they did to the kid, lock them up, throw away the key. And that stuff happens. But remember that promise? They're not going to change anything, right? That's the plan. We're not counting on the victims and the abusers to change stuff so that we can all go back to scrolling. Because locking them up or shutting them up, it isn't going to change anything. We are. Imagine if for every dollar we write our checks for and mail to the prisons to keep them locked tight. Imagine if we lick the stamp on 50 cents of that. And we opened our wallets and we poured that money into prevention. We give them the voice. We find ours, right? Not my child. Not our children either. We might actually do this in our lifetime, okay? You hear me say it. I hope this is the last time. Remember, if they don't change, we still can, right? We can do this. You and me and her and him, and tell your mom I said, what's up? She can come too, okay? We can do this. Except I feel your hesitation. I feel the energy in the room. And when I pointed at you, I realize you got a story too. And it plays somewhere on mute all the time. And I've stirred that up, right? And I'm trying to empower you. I'm trying to tell you how we're going to do this. Sit tight. Sit tight. Because the answer cannot simply be for us just to tell our stories. That's just the beginning. The binding of the story is that safe environment. And the shelf that we put it on that is so respected. Honoring that this is a topic that everybody can talk about, even if you weren't abused. You don't hold a bigger weight than that guy because you were. We're all in this. This movement can't be just in our heads. It has to be a family effort, supported by a community, honored by society, and welcomed as a planet. Our work is not done because we survived it. Our scars are our call to action. I hear the internet murmuring already, right? Ugh, I'm not a Rachel. I can't speak my mind. I can't talk to strangers on this ridiculous topic. Oh gosh, I'm more of a Monica. Yeah, more of like a organizer, something that maybe I could help with, or stamp envelopes or something like that, because I don't like to say the uncomfortable stuff, and I'm not sure that I could find the right words. Do you have anything like that for me? All right, Monica. Matter of fact, I do. Your job is to be the eyes and ears of this operation, because I know you're organized and you got those eyes like a hawk. And we're gonna need your big mouth, but it'll be different for you. When you go into a situation where children are present, you will be hypersensitive to the places in that physical environment where children can be abused. So you're walking into school, if they ever go back, you're walking into school on that first day with your kids and you're looking around that classroom and you see that safe corner where the kids can go and calm down or time out or whatever they call it. And maybe it's hidden behind a bookshelf or a half wall. You explain to that teacher. Every area of the classroom should be visible from the classroom door. We don't want areas like these to attract people or troublemakers, adults or children, who see that as an area where they don't have supervision, and then physically change it. I've literally not been afraid to start. You can carry it, grab the other side, and you just start moving it. And maybe you made them a little uncomfortable. But no kid will ever be abused there again, ever. Am I right? Can you do that for me, Monica? Because me and the other Rachels are gonna be shouting this from a mountaintop for the next few years. And everything's gonna be different. And you saying that and asking people to move things is gonna be common space. And if you're not sure if somebody's like gonna be weirded out by you, share this video with them, right? Give them this insight of why you see that room different than they do. Why you can smell smoke better than any one of your friends. I mean, we might actually do this. Like, we might actually do this in our lifetime. I mean, I've got hopes of teaching children this too, and they will take it to their children. But we could do this, right? It's gonna take you too, Phoebe. See, I know you're quiet back there. I used to be a Phoebe too, right? Can only see the best in people, right? You don't want to make anybody uncomfortable for the sake of anything. Your reaction, your action is the most important. Because your reaction is the baseline of society. And whether or not you're able to tell people to change things with Monica, or to get up at your podium, up on the soapbox, at your club meetings, at church, like Rachel, your job's really on the front lines. Right now, it might be the most important job. And it's twofold. Number one, how you respond, most people will respond. So if you're hearing this and you're saying, no, can't be those guys. I'm begging you. You'll share this video with anybody that you wish you could talk to about it. You'll share this video once a year for every child you love. And when people ask you what not our children means, you'll find the words. And you're gonna have to prove it. Because the second thing that we need you to do is to stop weighing in. Is to shut up, okay? When you see it on the news or you hear about it out in the community, you don't weigh in. I don't care if you know the victim and or the abusers. You make the commitment right now to never weigh in outside of a courtroom or the like. Because someone's listening. And that little boy, that little girl, they're deciding today who they can share their story with. And when you're busy talking about what the outfit must have looked like, or how that preacher or politician is so kind, he would have never touched a soul. Come on. Whatever you have to say on Facebook to your friends won't change them. So instead, find something PC, like, considering current events, I have decided to share this video again. Because whether you think he did it or not changes nothing, except whether or not they'll ever tell you. So you got to be the first to sign the pledge. You have to stop this video. I give you full permission. There's nothing left here. And go to notourchildren.com. Traditional spelling, notourchildren.com. Because Phoebe, you will be the first to sign a powerful pledge that 50 million of my friends are gonna sign. Because today it starts. Because now's the time. Because you've been waiting for something to get behind. My name is Sarah Carpenter, And this is your story to share now.
So, when I was younger, advice that I would have loved to have is to just do what you're passionate about. Attack what you really love to do in life, because, life is too short to sit around doing things that you really don't love to do, things that really are not adding value to other people and really adding value to you. And when I was young, I had an idea of what I thought that I should do. I should go to college, I should get married, get a good job, but didn't really know what that meant, what kind of job I had. And I wish that somebody would have said, just go after what you're good at, what you're talented about, and what you are passionate about. And on top of that, create a personal growth plan. Learn and grow as you go through life, because things are going to come along. You're going to fail at times. Things aren't always going to go great, but that as you go along, you learn from that. I got great advice from a journalism professor years ago that told me, when you get stuck and you don't really know what to do, just do the next dumb thing. And what that really means is just keep moving forward in life and keep doing positive things, because you know what? When you do positive things, you add value to other people and you make a positive life for yourself. So I think it's so important to just keep moving. Remember, do what you're passionate about. And as you're going through life, remember, if like in business, people do business with people they know, like, and trust. And I've learned that through my years. And what I'm really big on is connection. I want to connect with people, get to know them, and really grow and learn from other people. And when you're passionate about what you do, when you're excited about life, when you're excited to get up every morning for what you do, for your job or whatever in your life, it makes things so much more exciting, not only for you, but for all the people around you. You end up adding so much joy and value to people. And that is why it's so important, back to the first thing I said, to do what you're really passionate about, what you really love. I actually give young people the advice today. I try to mentor them and tell them, if you are really not liking your job, you just are stuck in life, quit what you're doing and move on to something that you are passionate about, because you only get one shot at this life, and you need to do all that you can to make it the best life, your best life now. So that would be my advice today. And you are getting out there, no matter what age you're at, just remember that. Be passionate, do what you're passionate about, and have an awesome, awesome life. Thank you.
Women's Worth, a returning sponsor of Amazing You, is comprised of 3 incredible women who volunteer their time, expertise, hearts, and energy to educate women in areas that run the gambit of life and beyond: financial planning, estate planning, and end-of-life planning. Their goal is to empower and inform.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Palmblad, and I'm here to talk about Women's Worth. We, as women, are caregivers. We are the ones who worry about children's education. We are the ones who think about pets. We tend to be more likely to worry about making gifts to children and grandchildren. And statistically, as women, we will outlive our partners. So what does that mean for us? For us, it means we are the plan for other people, and we don't have a plan for ourselves. So it's so important for women to pause and take a moment to think about who will be there for you to help when you are incapacitated, who will be there for you to make medical decisions for you if you can't speak for yourself. So Women's Worth is really such an important moment to take a breath, make a plan so that you know when your time comes to need these tools, they will be there for you. So why estate planning? Why now? Conversations about incapacity and death are very hard. It's not a fun topic, and we understand that. But if you think about a car accident, you don't wait to put your seatbelt on until the moment of a crisis. It's too late. It's too late. You need to be planning ahead. Give yourself the peace of mind to know that you have someone who can snap into action for you to make medical decisions, someone who can snap into action for you to make financial decisions before a crisis strikes. Estate planning for me is about peace of mind of knowing what will happen next.
Hi, my name is Brenna Bauckham, and I'm a certified financial planner with the H Group. And I'm here today to talk to you a little bit more about what Women's Worth is all about. This organization is one that really came about organically. So Collier Law, the H Group, and Willamette Valley Hospice all partner together in order to provide women with knowledge and tools in order to empower themselves for their plan for the future. It's important to me to be a part of Women's Worth because when we empower each other, we lift everyone up. We all rise. I'm a firm believer in the power of a financial plan, and I believe everyone should have one. Whether or not you have the means to work with a financial planner or not, you can gain some tools to point you in the right direction. There's no question that financial planning for women is different. We make less per hour than men, our male counterparts. We have less money going into Social Security, into our retirement savings. We're typically the caregivers for our kids or our parents, and we live longer, so less money to live longer. It's really important to get your arms around some tools that can help empower you on your financial plan forward so you're secure today and into the future. I firmly believe in building a financial plan that has a foundation of values that are important to you. So a lot of times we work with our client families to really dig deep on what these values are so that we know that the goals that we're setting and the things that we're saving for mean something. There's a lot higher likelihood that you're going to buy in to the changes that need to be made in life if it's for something you believe in. Like Stephanie said, we are typically the caregivers for our families. We are the ones staying home with our kids. We're the ones taking care of our parents. This time out of the workforce can really be detrimental to our financial plan if we don't have a framework in place to support it.
Hi, I'm Melissa Lindley. I'm the third member of the Women's Worth team. Women's Worth is so important to me because I really believe in empowering women to have all the tools that they need to plan ahead for the future. It's so common in our culture that we plan for these big life events and things like babies, weddings, graduations. These are really important life events, but sometimes we forget to plan for our later years. I work for Willamette Valley Hospice, and so every day I work with people that are nearing the end of their life. And I know that we can all be empowered to have the best end of life experience possible if we have the tools to plan ahead for it. Women are often the ones in families that will be in charge of making important medical decisions and in charge of providing care or arranging care for our family and friends that may have a serious illness or be facing the last years of their life. And because of that, it's really important that we know who to go to for those resources, that we can be that support to our family that we want to be and that we know that they trust us to be. And there are lots of tools available. And in Women's Worth, we really try to empower women to know about things like advanced directives, to know the services that might be available to someone when they're facing an incurable illness, and to identify the supports that they could get and where to find them in the case that they're supporting a grieving friend or going through the grief and loss process themselves. It's something we'll all face, is serious illness and death, grief and loss. It's a part of our wonderful life, and it's not an easy part. But we can make it easier by planning ahead. And Women's Worth is here to help you find those tools to do just that.
So advice I would give to my younger self is that you will never feel like a grown-up. So the sooner that you can embrace a love of lifelong learning, the better off you're going to be.
I would love to take my younger self aside and say, read. Read more and read even more. I know you already love to read, but read what makes you uncomfortable. Reading is such a powerful tool to grow your perspective, step into someone else's shoes. If you find that you're uncomfortable when you're reading about something, that's growth. Embrace that growth, embrace the discomfort, and read.
If I could go back and give my younger self some advice, I would say don't be afraid to fail. It can be hard in the moment to face failure and be demoralizing. But in the long run, when you have perspective, you see that that's where we grow. And that's where we really learn to succeed because we learn perseverance.
Advice I'd give myself as a 22-year-old doing my first gig in San Francisco at a hotel and a bar on the corner of Lombard and Van Ness. That would have been 42 years ago. Don't ever give up on your dream. Stay focused. They say that life is what happens when you're making other plans, and it's absolutely true. I'm still making music. I'm making the best music of my entire life. I just finished an album project called Acoustic Cafe, the first set, because I'm being optimistic that there's going to be set 2 and set 3. And I hope to do those all within the next 18 months. So I would say, don't throw that bouquet of roses away because of just one little thorn. Don't throw yourself away. Stay focused. And sometimes you just got to let go and let God. What else can I say? I borrowed that from Bill W. Don't throw that bouquet of roses away because of just one little thorn. That look on your face tells 1,000 tales, a hint of lost and forlorn. Don't throw that bouquet of roses away, though feelings of love long since gone. We once had forever and each other's arms. We stand divided and torn. What is it that I see? Stories hard to read. Is it you or is it me on your mind? A thing that you should know, I could never go, even though it seems so hard sometimes. Please don't throw that bouquet of roses away, though you feel the pain deep inside. It's so hard to tell you all about my heart. Feelings can't easily hide. You look sad, confused, and lonely. You look troubled, don't know where to turn. If I could hold you for a moment, if you could feel the warmth in my arms, then you'll see that that bouquet of roses will bloom until the end of time. Please don't throw that bouquet of roses away. You can play the game, you can act out the part, though you know it wasn't written for you. Tell me, how can you stand there with your broken heart, ashamed to play a fool? One thing can lead to another, it doesn't take any sacrifice. Father and mother, sister and brother, If it feels nice, don't think twice. Just shower the people you love with love. Show them the way that you feel. Things are gonna be much better if you only will. You can run, but you cannot hide. This is widely known. Tell me what you plan to do with your foolish pride when you're all by yourself alone. When you tell somebody the way that you feel, you can feel it beginning to ease. I think it's true what they say about the squeaky wheel, always getting them grease. Better shower the people you love with love. Show them the way that you feel. Things are gonna work out fine if you only will. Do as I say now. Shower the people you love with love. Show them the way that you feel. Things are gonna be much better if you only will.
I would tell my younger self to never give up on my hopes, my dreams, my aspirations. I want to be and will continue to be true to myself, and to never take no for an answer. Right now is really trying times, hence why we're filming virtually instead of being on stage at a beautiful venue. My younger self was somebody who had always aspired to be in the hospitality and tourism industry. And as we know, right now we are hurting. The live events, tourism, travel, and hospitality industry could really use all of our support. What I would tell my younger self is to not give up on something that I love, to never take no for an answer, because all of our dreams will come true. Sometimes we just have to wait for the right moment for them to come true, and sometimes we have to pivot, and it's okay. During these hard times, when you're facing adversity, lean on your tribe and your community, your friends and your family, because we will all get through this together.
So my advice to you is, when I think about my life in the most challenging situations, that things will really get hard. And those are the times that you want to quit. And I'm telling you to keep pushing through. That's actually when you learn the most. That's when you feel the best about yourself, when you actually get to where you want to be. I know that when I was going to engineering school and I was trying to manage through that, I had thoughts of maybe I should actually do something else. And I pushed through to get to really where I want. And now I have a life and a career that I really love. And sometimes it's hard to see that when you're totally in the moment. So one thing that growing up in Minnesota, I really didn't go anywhere. We really kind of just stayed around. And I really had no options to travel and go see things. And I found that it's so important to travel and really understand other people, have empathy. I wish I would have started traveling sooner to understand different cultures. I wish I would have been able to understand things that you really can't see or learn in a history book or when you talk to people, but when you actually experience those. But one thing I've also learned as well is that I need to read, and I wish I would have started reading more and reading more about different cultures and different people and different races, and really understand about social justice. It's hard when you grow up in a certain area. When you start reading and really understanding it, you actually understand a lot of your biases, and you really start to question where they came from and what makes you a better person, how you can be a better parent and a better leader, and actually just an overall better person when you do have empathy for other people. I wish I would have known before is that my greatest commodity is my time. And when I actually say yes to one thing, that means I'm saying no to something else. And sometimes I felt pressured to say yes to something. And then I realized that I was missing out on other things. And so by really being focused on what is important to me, and I think that is such a key piece of life, of what drives you, what makes you happy. For me, it's really giving back to the community and giving back to people. I realized that I have a really great life, and how can I go help other people that maybe don't have that and give them opportunities. I think it's so important to volunteer and give of yourself, but then also to have other people understand how important that is as well. So that keeps that legacy moving on, and it just doesn't end with you. And I think people think that they're giving of themselves and maybe it's their time, but actually it creates more joy for you when you do that. One thing that I have learned is that it is so important to keep in touch with all of the people that you've known throughout your life. I am still great friends with friends from grade school who live back in Minnesota, from my college friends who I went to school in Wisconsin, and having that huge network of people from my high school friends in Minnesota as well, that every time I go back there, it's like we haven't missed a beat. And having those relationships throughout your life really provides joy, and it gives you a sense of belonging when someone really understands you, that you don't have to explain yourself. And I think about that of just relationships throughout my life, and that ties then to relationships at work, and having a great network both internal to my company and also external to my company, because that helps when there's a lot of hard times or things that you have questions, that there's people that you know that you can rely on. And then it also goes on to of really picking the right partner for you. I couldn't be more blessed to have a partner that truly supports me. And I think about, how do you have someone that can ebb and flow with your life, and that you ebb and flow with their life. And sometimes you need more help because your career is more demanding. Sometimes their career is more demanding. When you have kids, it can be more demanding. And how do you focus on those different things? And really having someone that supports you. I always say I'm very lucky. My husband, he does all the cooking and all the grocery shopping. And he's the one that empties the dishwasher. But he knows that I'm the one who always fills the dishwasher. He knows that I'm the one who plans all the vacations. He knows that I'm the one who makes sure that our daughter is signed up for volleyball, or is signed up for getting her cello. But I also know that he's the one who's going to make sure that she gets to those places. But then when we see this relationship, my daughter sees what it means to really have a true partnership. And my daughter also says how much she loves having a girl dad, because he is really involved. And so I think about having that true partnership and really thinking about relationships and having those people that really can rely on you, that really are a partner. And I took a different position within my company that I knew was going to be more difficult. And my husband, without missing a beat, came up to me and said, "Hey, you know what? I know you're going to be busier, so I'm going to do all of the laundry from now on, so that when you get home, we can all spend time together." And I think just of really understanding what is truly important, and that is really our family. And that ties then to my daughter, because she will do the same thing. I'll have something, I'm running around, and she'll say, "Oh, hey mom, I just made lunch for you so that you can take it to work tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about that, because I know you have to go do that." And so I think of really having those deep relationships and really caring about people and giving of yourself, because then in the rarest moments, those people are going to give back to you as well.
So many of us live lives of quiet desperation, deferring our dreams or using the excuses of time, money, or others as why we aren't expressing our unique gifts or our special talents. Matt Jenniser, his hope is that you take his words to heart if they are what you need to hear and come alive. Be alive. Be you. Share your story and let your voice be heard. Everything else is noise.
Hi there, my name is Matt Jenniser, and I am truly honored and humbled to be among all of you viewing from home or your office or wherever your personal space may be. And I am overwhelmed at the opportunity to be among all of you today. I'm sure some of you at home have been a part of the Amazing You conference. Maybe this is your first time or you're coming back year after year after year. I mean, why wouldn't you? And some of you may be sitting there thinking, I thought this was a women's conference and that's a guy up there about to give a presentation? Well, you're right, I'm a guy. You got me figured out. But I'm gonna tell you a little bit more about who I am. So as I share with you my story, you kind of understand a little bit more about me. So my name is Matt with one T. People call me Matt, Matty G. My parents can't spell. I only got one T in my name, but that makes me unique, right? I'm a CEO of a company. I am an actor. I'm a singer. I'm a son. I'm a brother. I'm an uncle. I am a dog lover. I have two amazing dogs, two golden retrievers, Bravo and Cohen. I'm a humanitarian. I'm an empath. I am a volunteer. I'm a board member. I'm a personal cheerleader to so many people. I'm a business coach. I'm many things to many people. But I want to share with you who I am for myself and who I've been. I'm vulnerable. I am anxiety-ridden. I'm sad. I'm depressed. I'm broken. I have not been what I need to be for myself, what I am for so many other people. I did not expect to get emotional this quickly, but it's part of the journey as to why I'm here today. I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey back in time to give you a little bit of perspective as to what brought me here. So I'm going to take you back to June 10th of this year, just a few months back, and my birthday was approaching, and I am really weird about birthdays. Like, I don't like the attention. Hi, I'm an actor and a singer. I can perform in front of thousands of people and feel perfectly secure and normal in that environment. But when I have to be totally me and vulnerable and have attention put on me, I freak out. So I go through this every year with my birthday, and as I am embarking on what's going to be my 48th birthday, I'm thinking, okay, what's going to be different this year? What's going to be my mantra? So my mantra is feeling great at 48, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, like this is my year. And as a business coach, I know that we have to put plans in motion and create strategies to keep ourselves accountable and create the success and the outcomes and the deliverables that we deserve, because the intention is important to us. So I coach this way to people all day, every day. So I'm like, I've got to go internal and do the exact same work for myself. So it was June 10th, as I'm thinking about approaching my 48th year, and gosh, I so believe in the universe. I don't know about any of you, but I believe that the universe really gives us clues. And sometimes either we're too busy and living in chaos that we don't hear them, or we're in a place where we feel vulnerable, so we just ignore them. Or sometimes our eyes are so wide open and our ears are so attuned to the sensories around us that we actually pay attention. And this week of June 10th, I was paying attention. And so June 11th, I thought, okay, what's the first plan of action? I've got to get myself emotionally in check and physically in check. And I remember a really great colleague of mine, Dennis, I got to know him a couple of years ago, and he was going through a really hard time in his life. He was going through a divorce, he was overweight, he was unhappy, Fast forward 2 years, like I see him on Facebook and he is running and he is breaking records and he's got a new job and he's posting these motivational events that have fueled him in his life's work and the transformation in his own life. I'm like, that's somebody I need to talk to. So I reached out to Dennis and I'm like, hey, can we get on a Zoom call on this week? So we got on a Zoom call. I'm like, dude, I am so proud of you and impressed of how you've turned your life around. Like, what are some of those key elements that did that for you? And he told me about 3 specific motivational speakers, and I wrote them all down. And the first one was Brené Brown. Now, I'm sure some of you at home are like, oh my God, I love Brené Brown. I had never heard of her. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start with the first one. So I look up Brené Brown later that day and I'm like, okay, I like this chick. She's pretty cool. And I got distracted at work. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna focus on this tomorrow. I'm gonna get really intentional and zero in on who this amazing speaker is. Brené Brown truly has transformed the way I'm thinking about myself and has truly helped me understand the roadblocks that I've created for myself. And if you've not followed Brené Brown, I highly recommend it. But her main platform is understanding and living in a place of vulnerability. And vulnerability is one of the most uncomfortable places to live. Hi, I get it. That's me. But she goes on to further explain that vulnerability, that shame is the basis and the cornerstone of where vulnerability lives, of feeling I'm not good enough, smart enough, rich enough, thin enough, talented enough, and I'm failing in different areas of my life, and being afraid and shameful to ask for help or to find that guidance and to get that true north. So every day, for 4 or 5 days, I am listening to every single Brené Brown video that I can find. And it's transformed the way I'm thinking now. So thank you, Dennis, if you're watching this. I'm truly appreciative of that. So the universe told me to get a hold of Dennis, and man, transformative. The very next day, I felt like this tap on the shoulder, like again, the universe was talking to me saying, you haven't talked to your counselor in a while. It's probably wise of you to schedule a counseling appointment. And I don't know why that was just telling me to do that, but I'm like, okay, yeah, it's probably been a couple of months. I should probably get in front of my counselor, talk through some things that I'm feeling. My birthday's coming up. I've got weird issues around that anyway, so I'll make an appointment, which I did. Later that day, again, the universe tapping on my shoulder said, you need to get a hold of Bonnie. You need to get a hold of your beautiful dear friend, Bonnie Milletto. And I've known Bonnie for, I think, 20 years now. So I did. I opened up my iPad, and Bonnie and I usually communicate via Instant Messenger. And for those of you that know Bonnie, she's an amazing human being. And back in March, I was asked to write a letter of recommendation as to why she should be the recipient of the Distinguished Service Award in Albany. So unfortunately, because of COVID, the event was canceled. And I said, Bonnie, I want you to pretend that we are at your awards banquet and I have the distinct honor to present to you the reasons as to why you're this recipient. So I sent her my tribute to her. And a day later, she sent me this amazing tribute back. And for whatever reason, I didn't respond to her. And I don't know why. Maybe I just was busy or distracted or the dogs were on my lap. I don't know. But I opened up to go message Bonnie. I'm like, hey, I need to get together with you. The universe says I need to spend some time with this amazing soul. And I reread what Bonnie had wrote about me. And I firmly believe I was not meant to receive the message and the words and the intent behind it until that very moment. Okay, so June 10th, 11th, 12th, intention, right? Full intention. June 13th, again, I'm awkward with birthdays, but I'm pushing myself out there. I have a small gathering of close friends over. We have a nice time. Enjoyed my time with my friends. June 15th arrives. It's my birthday, and I enter my birthday like, okay, it's just another day, yada yada yada. But there was a certain level of heaviness that I was experiencing that day, and I don't really know why. It just was there. Got through the work day, went and had a nice dinner with my partner, came home, gifts, etc. The pomp and circumstance of most birthdays. And Tuesday, June 16th came, and it was a hard day. It was a hard day with work, challenges, navigating, COVID, how to protect our people, being that cheerleader and that encourager and that voice of hope for others. And then, more work being put upon me, and I was halfway through the workday and I'm like, gosh, something's gotta give. And later that afternoon, I put on my Brene Brown pants and I sent a letter out to my bosses and said, look, long story short, I'm being vulnerable with you right now. These are the challenges that I'm experiencing. How can we work together to create a win-win? And quite honestly, I have to be reminded that during times of struggle and angst, there's a lot of emotions for a lot of people, but the receipt of my email did not come back to me in the way that I had anticipated. And I came back from going on a walk, and I had shared with my partner my frustration, and 30 minutes later, he shared his frustration and ended our relationship. So again, back in time, June 10th, universe tells me to do this. The 11th, universe says do this. June 12th, universe says to do this. June 15th birthday, June 16th, we break up. Now, please don't judge him. Yeah, it was the day after my birthday, but you know what? Breakups happen, and he is one of the most amazing human beings, one of my best friends. We are navigating this through love, kindness, true care, and respect. So for those of you that know him, we are in an amazing place, so please don't have any ill intent towards him. But again, the universe. So I wake up Wednesday, June 17th, pretty distraught over the events of the evening before. And I go outside with my dogs, and this song popped into my head. This random song, and I don't know why. But I'll tell you more about that in a little bit. An hour later, I have my counseling appointment. I firmly believe the universe was saying, something is coming your way. Your counselor is going to be there for you. I didn't have to make an appointment after it had happened. It was already in alignment for me. Now, my counselor is an amazing human being. And I remember about 5 years ago, she recommended a book to me called Radical Forgiveness by Colin Tipping. And there's a specific quote in there that still resonates with me. And loosely translated, it says, sometimes what seems to appear as the most cruel and nasty behavior on the part of the people that we love the most, they don't actually do to us, they actually do for us. And I really marinated with that. And a couple of days later, I did go to my partner at the time and I said, I have to say thank you. The events that have now occurred are really forcing me to go inward and do the work that I need to do for myself and get out of my own way and get into a relationship with me. Whew. I've not been in relationship with me. I've been in relationship with everyone else. So I had a great counseling appointment, and immediately following, the universe had created an opportunity for Bonnie and I to go have lunch. So I drove to meet her downtown, and we had this great spot outside. And I have not seen Bonnie in probably 3 years. Bonnie's that kind of amazing friend where you could go several years without seeing one another, but you just pick right up where you left off, and the love never wavers. It's always there, and that connection is always there. So to see her come around the corner, it was like, yes, I get to get connected with this heart and this soul that I cherish so much. And of course, we have our ancillary highs and how are yous, and she gives me this cute little goodie bag as a treat for my birthday. And, we start chatting, and she's like, how are you? And I'm like, I'm good. And as a good friend does, says, are you good? And I'm like, oh, crud. She's on to me already, and it's only been 30 seconds. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Everything's good. And she's like, Maddie, cut the crap. What's going on? And I'm like, Bonnie, this is not a counseling session. This is me spending time with someone that I love and admire. I just want to spend some time and be in your presence. And she's like, cut it up. What's going on? I'm like, oh my God. okay, Bonnie, I feel lost. I don't know who I am right now. You know, the challenges of life, challenges of COVID, challenges of work. I've lost my voice. I can't even remember the last time I truly felt joy. And I can't even remember the last time I even sang in the car. And I'll never forget Bonnie's face. She looked at me and she goes, "What?" I said, "I can't remember the last time I've even sang in the car. It's probably been 6 months, maybe a year." And she grabs my hand and she says, "Dear Father, what has happened to my amazing friend inside?" I said, "I don't know, and I've got to figure that out." And I remember she had asked me, she's like, "Well, what do you do for yourself every day? Like, how do you start your day?" And I'm like, "Oh, geez, okay. Honesty, if I have to be at work at 8, I'll stay in bed till 7, take a shower, take care of the dogs. I get to Starbucks. I'm in my office by 8:05. Doesn't take me that long." And she says, "Dear Father, are you kidding me right now?" She's like, "Okay, you've got to find 30 minutes in your day to take care of you. Where is that?" And I'm like, when I get home and playing with my phone on Facebook and watching TV. She's like, "That's not you time." She's like, "This is how I start my day." And I'm going to embarrass her because this is just our relationship. She says, "Okay, this is how I start my day. I wake up, I drink my water with lemon because it's a diuretic while my coffee is being made. And I spend at least 30 minutes of giving intention to people, like whether it's sending an act of gratitude or reading a passage from a book or listening to the birds outside or watching the snow fall. Like, I take 30 minutes to be within myself and set my intention for the day." And she opens up her bag and she puts a book on the table. And it's, of course, an amazing book, a book that she wrote. And it was the perfect gift for me because it's a 7-day journey of going internal and reflecting and doing work and asking yourself those hard questions that you don't always want to be honest with. And that set the course of my 7 days of finding me again. So we continue through lunch and she asked me, she's like, "Well, how are you and your partner doing?" And then I start crying. Like, "Well, we broke up last night." And she's like, "Oh, dear Father, what happened?" And so, you know, I kind of shared with her, like I'm sharing with you right now. I was being honest and vulnerable. Like, I've lost my way. I have lost my way. I'm not committing to myself. I'm not the best version of me. And that's the relationship that I need to be in right now. And then this super cute girl walked by and she was wearing this like yellow top and holy jeans and some cute tennis shoes, and she had this great hat on. And Bonnie stopped and goes, "Girl, honey, you look amazing. I love your outfit." And there was this great little engagement with the two of them. And the guy that was with them said, "Well, what about me? I got a new hat." And she's like, "Sir, the hat works for you." And I'm smiling and I'm chuckling. And I said, "Bonnie, that used to be me. I would talk to anyone. And I've lost my way." And I shared with her, and I firmly believe this, the greatest education I will ever have in life is the people that I talk to. Whether it's a stranger walking down the street that I get engaged in for a brief moment, a college professor, a childhood friend, a passenger on a plane that you sit beside for 3 hours, a boss, anyone. The encounters that I have with other people are what shaped me as a human. And I miss engaging in that part of life. And so we talked a little bit longer, and I'll never forget, she says, "Okay, hang on a second." And you know when people start to talk to themselves, it's one of the cutest things she does. She talks to herself. She looks to the side and she's like, "Uh-huh. Yep. I can do that. It's my event. Why not?" Done. She looks at me square in the eye and goes, "Matt, I want you to be one of the speakers at the Amazing You conference." And I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Say yes. I want you to be one of the speakers." And I'm like, "Bonnie, that is an amazing gift, but no, I can't. It's a women's conference. And she looked at me and she grabbed my hand and she says, "Baby, not anymore." And I started crying again. I'm completely overwhelmed. I became completely overwhelmed of the gift that she has now given me to do this work. And she said to me, "You're getting your voice back, and this is your platform to do it." So I've been doing this work. I have stayed true to me. I am still filled with many faults. And like anything, we have to work at the things that we need to do to empower ourselves to be who we're meant to be. Since then, when I shared with Bonnie, I'm like, there's all kinds of things that I've been wanting to do for myself that I'm not doing. I want to do another show. I've always wanted to take yoga. Like, how hard is that? But I've always felt uncomfortable or intimidated. Like, I'm too heavy to be doing yoga, or I want to go take a tap class, but for whatever reason, I'm too busy, but I can't take that time. I want to take a trip just by myself and be with myself, but I come up with all these excuses. I want to start losing weight and doing exercise again. And since then, I've been doing yoga. I've been exercising at least 3 times a week. I'm setting boundaries at work. I'm taking time for myself every single day, whether it's 30 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes in the middle of the day, 30 minutes at the end of the day, and sometimes all 3. But it's certainly changing the way I view the world and how I view myself. So I finished my lunch with Bonnie and I get into my car to go to my office, and this song that had popped into my head earlier in the morning popped back into my head again. And so I turned that song on in my car, and for the first time, and I can't remember, I sang at the top of my lungs the entire way back to my office. And I've been singing that song every single day since. It is actually a song from a musical called Dear Evan Hansen. I am a huge musical theater nerd, no joke. And in this musical, Dear Evan Hansen, it's about, loosely stated, it's about this kid with severe anxiety, and he sings this song called Waving Through a Window. And I have severe anxiety too, I know a lot of people do. But what resonates for me specifically about this song is the very first 2 lyrics. And the first 2 lyrics say, "I've learned to slam on the brakes before I even turned the key." And as I just sit and resonate with those 2 lines, it is everything that I've not allowed myself to do. Yes, I'm gonna get into real estate school and get my real estate license. I slam on the brake. I'm gonna start taking yoga. I slam on the brake. I'm gonna plan a vacation just for me. I slam on the brake. I'm gonna get healthy. I slam on the brake. I'm gonna become the best version of me, and I slam on the brake. So the song continues, "I've learned to slam on the brake before I even turn the key, before I make the mistake, before I lead with the worst of me." I've been leading with the worst of me, leading myself with the worst of me. "Give them no reason to stare. Keep looking up till they look away, because I've got nothing to share. No, I've got nothing to say." Step out of the sun if you keep getting burned. Step out of the sun because you've learned. On the outside, always looking in. Will I ever be more than I've always been? I have gone so internal with these lyrics and really thought about what's important to me and why I deserve it. And it's also making me really think about myself. Since my time with Bonnie, since going back to June 10th, listening to the universe, these things falling in line because the universe knew it was what I was going to be needing, I have now learned to love myself again. I have now begun to fall in love with myself again. I am singing again. I'm 65% done with real estate school. I am taking yoga. I am exercising. I am taking time for me. And I'm also taking time with the right people that I believe deserve my time, if that makes sense. As I mentioned earlier today, I am so many things for so many people. And I'll never forget, a few years ago, someone said, you are the sum of the 5 people that you surround yourself around the most. And you know, it's always funny when someone goes through a breakup or a tragedy, you know, people come to your aid. But I've gone so internal and go, are they really reaching out because they care? Or are they reaching out for a story? Or are they reaching out for gossip? I'm making the decision of who I share the best parts of me with. So for those of you who may be going through similar struggles in your life, in whatever capacity that may be, who are the 5 people that you're surrounding yourself with the most to allow you to soar, to live your truth, to step into your light, to be the person you are meant to be? Gary Keller once said, your life is divided into 2 parts, what matters most and everything else. I'm going to encourage you to focus on what matters most, because everything else will still be there. And that's one of the lessons I'm really working on for myself. So if we go back to when I shared with you where my journey began just a few short months ago, I am in a much different place. And you can be too. It just starts with listening to the universe and paying attention to the cues to walk into who you're meant to be. I still listen to this song every single day. In fact, I started researching this song in particular. Katy Perry even did a video online. She talked about, she went and saw this musical on Broadway. She sat in the audience and she started crying because she had experienced similar anxiety and angst in her own life and recorded her own version of it, which took me down this rabbit hole of this version, this version, and this version. I have a playlist of this song by 8 different artists. I encourage you to look into this song. And the song goes a little bit like this.
I've learned to slam on the brake before I even turn the key, before I make the mistake, before I lead with the worst of me. Give them no reason to stare, no slipping up if you slip away, 'cause I've got nothing to share. No, I've got nothing to say. Step out of the sun if you keep getting burned. Step out of the sun because you've learned. On the outside, always looking in, will I ever be more than I've always been? 'Cause I'm tapping on the glass. I'm waving through a window. Can anybody see? Is anybody waving back at me? I'm waving back at me.
And I'm waving at all of you because you're worth it. Find your voice. Be true to who you are. Tell your story.
What advice would I give my younger self? If you make all the right choices for your current happiness along your life, you will miss out on some of the best parts of your life. Passionately pursue your dreams, but realize your dreams are going to change several times along the way. Continue to hate making mistakes, but move on. It doesn't pay to spend much time in the should-haves, would-haves, and could-haves. I know you think your life is under your control, but every year you will notice more things beyond your control. Do your best, but understand that there's a lot of variables between cause and effect, effort and result. Your rights are important, but your responsibilities are even more important. I know you think people are all pretty much like-minded. Experience will teach you that people are very different, even in the fundamental things of right and wrong and what makes a good person. Celebrate when you find common ground. Seek to understand when you don't find common ground.
Well, younger self, I want to tell you, I hope that you are so successful. I know you will be. And I want you to set lofty goals for yourself. And remember that part of the goal setting is the journey and the path along the way. Enjoy that. I'll tell you back here, my painting was a goal that took 40 years to achieve before I really said, okay, this is something I need to do for me. And I did, and it's been just amazing. So whatever that looks like for you, I hope you do it. And I want to also tell you that you have to be brave, that you're going to come across things in life that make you fearful. But I would say do it anyway. Go ahead and face those fears. Be brave and look forward. Doesn't mean you won't make mistakes. And I don't think of things as mistakes. I actually think of them as experiments. Maybe they didn't go the way I wanted. But life is a huge bundle of experiments that just keep happening until you figure out really which one works for you. So I hope you just have a journey of many, many, many experiments and fun and happiness all your life.
Courage is the ability to do something that frightens one. Courage is having strength in the face of pain or grief. In 2016, Jennifer Astorga went through a life-altering transformation that has enabled her to be an advocate and support to other women who are coming out of high control groups, religions, and relationships. Please welcome Jennifer Astorga.
My name is Jennifer Jean, and this is my story. I'm extremely nervous, and this is the hardest thing that I've ever done. So I hope that you don't mind. I'm going to read it off of my notes, but it is important for me to share my story with you in hopes that I can encourage and empower others maybe going through something similar. I'm a mother, a daughter, a sister, an artist, an ex-wife, and I am a cult survivor. Like most of you, my goal is to live a good, honest life and raise my children to be guided by truth and love, to be true to themselves and be their true selves. But I've learned that if any of us are to truly be able to do that, we need to be able to trust our own ability to make choices and decisions that are aligned with our own personal beliefs, goals, and wisdom. I know what it's like to be living a life in which I allowed the opinions and judgments of others to hold more power over how I live my life than my own thoughts and perceptions. I have lived, survived, and exited a well-known and widely accepted cult. And while my story may seem extreme to many of you, I hope that the main message will be one that everyone can relate to and consider. When most of us think of a cult, we think of the extremist groups. We think of Heaven's Gate in 1997, where 39 members committed suicide. The People's Temple in Jonestown in 1978, where Jim Jones and more than 900 members died in a mass murder-suicide. The Manson family in Los Angeles in 1969, where Charles Manson and his cult followers committed mass murders that left 9 people brutally slaughtered over the course of 2 weeks. But is this an accurate depiction of what a cult actually is? Why would anyone ever join a cult if this is what they were signing up for? How do cults get their members? And are the extreme cults that we see in the news the only true cults that are out there? It might surprise you to know that there are hundreds of cults operating today, and their members live alongside you and may even work with you. Millions of people around the world belong to cults and don't even realize it. Cult recruiters never give you the hard sell right off the bat. I mean, after all, if the pitch were, come be a part of our group, let us control all aspects of your life, separate you from your family and those you love, and devote your entire life to us, would any of us join? Most of us would run the opposite way. So why didn't I? They reeled me in little by little. It was a slow and methodical process. The questionable teachings are not taught up front. They were muddled and taught in a way that watered them down and made them appear acceptable. In 1999, I moved to Seattle, ready to experience life on my own. Without family and friends there with me, I easily slipped into the club scene and soon hit rock bottom. For 4 years, I was in a toxic relationship, addicted to methamphetamines, homeless, and I found myself at the bottom of what felt like a pit that I could not get myself out of, no matter how desperately I tried. I was shrouded in darkness with no way out. I wanted to change my life, but I didn't know how or where to start. This is when I met Ruth, and she taught me how to pray. Suddenly, there was this opening in my life where I needed it most. She encouraged me to study the Bible with her and invited me to learn more about her beliefs. This was the introduction to the religious organization that would help me turn my life around, yet eventually mislead me and let me down entirely. At first, all I saw were the benefits. I finally felt like I had a wholesome group of friends who loved and cared for me. I felt like I belonged. I was able to quit smoking and stop the drugs completely. Soon I fell in love with a man in the church. We got married, and we were both committed to a life of faithfulness and service. Having kids and raising a family in the organization felt like we were part of something bigger than us. We had purpose, and we were teaching our children to devote their lives to the organization just as we had. But something began nagging at me. There was a question I could not get off my mind, and I could not seem to understand. I was now a mother, and my kids were beginning to grow, and they were asking questions about our beliefs that I couldn't answer. Because of this, I felt it an added responsibility to make sure that the way I was raising my children and the things I was teaching them were absolutely based on truth. But when I started to ask my questions, I was shamed, chastised, and threatened by the church elders. This is when I started the process of waking up. I was waking up to the brutal reality that the religious organization I had devoted my life to was in fact a controlling cult. Long before I made the decision to leave the church, I first had to find the courage to begin speaking up and demanding answers. I spent the entire year of 2016 fact-checking everything written and referenced in my church's publications. I was dedicated to finding the truth. I wanted to make sure that the discrepancies that I noticed weren't just based on my own skewed perception. As I researched, I prayed to be guided by the one single indisputable truth I know: God does not lie. In fact, the truth is what believing in God is all about. So in my research continually and regularly uncovered discrepancies and untruth, I knew in my heart that what we were being taught could not be from God. I began to trust my own instincts that I had been doubting for so long. I started to realize that I had the ability in me to distinguish right from wrong, fact from fiction. I began taking the first steps toward regaining control over the information I was taking in and the influence I allowed others to have over me. Each new fact I uncovered helped bring back a piece of my confidence and a belief in myself that I had the power in me to take a stand for what I believe is right. I started to stand up to those who tried to yield power over me and not allow them to intimidate me anymore. I was chastised and shamed for my doubts and independent thoughts. But these are what saved me. Through my experience, I learned that the idea that other people are more capable of governing our lives is one of the most dangerous ideas that we could have. The word cult can cause a feeling of unease and even fear. But what exactly is a cult? Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines a cult as a religion regarded as unorthodox or spurious, a system of religious beliefs and ritual, also its body of adherents. A great devotion to a person, idea, object, or movement. Notice that there is no mention of brainwashing, murder, or mass suicide. There really is no meaningful difference between a cult and a religion or large organization in terms of morality or spirituality. Although there is a bigger problem here. And it's that often from the start we have been trained to follow the guidance of others. And when we buy into the idea that someone outside ourselves is more equipped and worthy to govern our lives than we ourselves are, we begin to discount and disparage ourselves. We begin to doubt our own thoughts and opinions. When we choose to prioritize the external guidance of others, we begin to discount our own inner wisdom and doubt our own ability to know the difference between right and wrong. This is a high-stakes scenario, because if we're not careful, we can spend our whole lives lost in the false narrative of others simply because we have neglected to invest in and develop our own internal compass. When undue influence is initially imposed on the minds of unsuspecting recruits, it often starts with love bombing, where the members will shower you with love and affection and a promise of life in an idealistic fantasy world where they might never have to die, or they could live forever, or even be able to achieve some elite status in a better society to come just by joining their group. Whatever its source, an abusive mate, parent, religion, or group, this methodical system of control of undue influence disrupts our authentic identity and reconstructs a new identity in the image of the group or its leader. In the process of an individual's ability to think rationally and act independently is undermined, enslaving even the brightest, educated, and most functional people. Mike Bickle, founder of the International House of Prayer University and author of several books, created a list of 7 ways to recognize the difference between a religious community and a cult. Each and every one of these rang true for the religious organization that I was in. Number 1, oppose critical thinking. The Bible and God both stand up to intellectual scrutiny. So any church or person which tells you to question your own intuition and independent critical thinking ability is probably trying to lead you into dangerous territory. Number 2, isolating members and penalizing them for leaving. Some of the more mainstream cults and religious groups are well known for this sort of behavior, even turning family members against those who try to leave. The church I was part of taught its members to shun those who were judged by elders to be unrepentant of their wrongdoing. It was a form of public humiliation and emotional blackmail. We were to treat those individuals as though they were dead, and I was told it was not even acceptable to look in their direction and offer a smile to show that I still cared. They rationalized it and told me shunning is like a timeout you give a child. However, I remember very clearly the last time I ever attended a church function. It was at an all-day convention, and they showed a video that depicted exactly what was expected of us. I was there at this convention watching this video with my children, and I was absolutely floored. Something that had been taught to me in such a dishonest and undermined way was now crystal clear to me, and I would never treat my children in such a way, nor would I ever teach my children to treat anyone else in this way. Number 3, emphasizing special doctrines outside of Scripture. A key area here is around end-time prophecies, which Scripture does talk about, but in no way to the levels emphasized by some churches and individuals. This line of thinking is exactly what leads cults into an obsession with the coming apocalypse, which runs counter to Jesus' warning at Matthew 24:36 that only God knows the day and the hour of Judgment Day. Number 4, seeking inappropriate loyalty to leaders. Many groups or churches hold their leader in inappropriately high esteem, viewing him essentially as being above scrutiny. Unaccountable leaders with devotees who love them perhaps even more than they love God are a key feature in any cult and some churches. In my church, we were not allowed to question the direction given by those in charge. We were told all of us must be ready to obey any instruction we may receive, whether these appear sound from a human standpoint or not, and that we should respond to the direction given to us by those in charge as if it were the voice of God, because it is His provision and they are the ones directed by God and His Spirit, and they are the channel that He uses to speak to us. Number 5, dishonoring the family unit. I was encouraged to limit my association with my non-believing family in fear that they may influence me with their non-scriptural practices that went against my beliefs. I was told to be aware of their tactics to pull me into their God-dishonoring celebrations. And if I were to attend certain worldly celebrations with my family or anyone else, I would be excommunicated by the church and shunned. Number 6, separation from the church. We were told we were elite and special. We were God's chosen people. And that as long as we were an active part of this religion, we would be the only ones to survive Armageddon when it comes any day. Number 7, crossing biblical boundaries of behavior. Thankfully, this is an area where few churches recognize themselves. But if your church starts encouraging a lifestyle which doesn't tally up with Scripture, then you should start asking questions and trust your instincts. I was beginning to see the real dangers of the religion I was in, and my eyes were starting to open to the truth about the truth. I started to realize we have a choice to reclaim our freedom and take control of our lives. Leaving the religion meant I gave up everything. My friends and extended family in the religion began to shun me. My best friend, who I never thought would cut me off, blocked me on all social media accounts out of fear of seeing me post something abhorrent or sinful, and refuses to talk to me until I come back to the organization. My niece and nephew were no longer allowed to come stay with our family, and my own husband sided with the elders, accusing me of ruining everything we had ever planned for our family. I felt I was completely lost and all alone. I realized my entire identity was wrapped up in serving the church and recruiting new members into this organization. I had to start my life over, and I had to do it all on my own. I have learned that throughout life, bad things happen to us, and you can't stop them from happening. But the sooner we deal with and face the emotions it creates and allow ourselves to process them, the sooner we can move into forgiveness and healing, then the faster we can get on with our life and start to be happy again. If we fester and dwell on the negative things in our life, it creates stress, high blood pressure, cynicism, and pessimistic thinking. For me, I would much rather deal with the emotion, realize bad things happen, and move on to being happy again as soon as I can. Whether you are leaving a controlling relationship, exiting a high control group, or taking back your life from someone who has undue influence over you, it's going to take time, determination, and perseverance. For me, it started by exploring my interests, finding the things that bring me joy in life and focusing on that rather than the disarray and negativity in my now divided household. Photography has always been a love of mine since I was a little girl. I had bought a camera in 2005, and as a hobby, I had started photographing the Seattle skyline, flowers, and anything beautiful I could find in nature. It wasn't until my nephew was born in 2007 that I realized my love for photographing people. Photographing him, and then my children when they were born, grew into photographing families and their children. I started taking online classes and building my skill as my love of portraiture deepened. I was starting to grow into my own person. I was developing as an artist, and when my kids were both in school, I decided to start my own business. Opening my own business put me out in the community, and I started to develop a network of friends who accept me for who I am unconditionally. I started searching out ways to use my photography in new areas and in ways that were fulfilling to me. And that's when I came across Capes and Crowns Foundation online. I fell in love with the work they do, photographing children with cancer, terminal illness, learning disabilities, and children in foster care. When the chance to meet the woman who started this foundation presented itself at an awards ceremony, I immediately took it. I walked up to her and told her how much I admire the work she did, and I volunteered right there on the spot. Being a volunteer photographer for Capes and Crowns is the part of my job that brings me the most joy and happiness. Searching out that opportunity was a step toward being the type of photographer and the type of person that I want to be. I learned to step out of my comfort zone, networking with people in our community. I began surrounding myself with people who have qualities I admire and respect, and taking opportunities to learn from them and their experiences. I started to find the courage to get up in front of large groups and speak about my business, my art, and my passion for it. I went from being a timid, shy woman with no self-confidence who felt I had to limit my association with my own family in order to please God. I was told not to seek higher education or plan for retirement because Armageddon was going to come before I'd ever live to be that old. And instead, I was to put the interests of the church first and ahead of my own. I lived under strict rules made by other people and obediently followed their every direction. But now, here I am, a single mom, an independent entrepreneur, and a growing artist. I am creating my own plan for my future. I trained for and ran my first ever triathlon this year, and I have overcome some of the most difficult trials of my life with dignity, grace, and class. I am proud of the woman I have become, and I am continuing to grow and learn to be the best role model I can for my children each and every day. Little by little, gradually over time, I learn to empower myself so that I can in turn empower the people I photograph. Whether it's the children I empower through capes and crowns to believe in themselves and see that they are the true superhero of their own story, creating an experience, transporting them into a world they created with their own imagination, allowing them to see for themselves that they are strong and able to overcome so much more than so many of us will ever have to endure. To the men and women I empower through the experience I create for them through my portraiture, allowing them to let go of their insecurities and see themselves the way others see them. My work is now centered around empowering others through my photography to believe in themselves and be proud of who they are. It's easy to lose your way and give up your freedom to someone or something, but our freedom is one of our most prized possessions and should never be taken for granted. You see, the beautiful thing about this life is we get to decide who we want to be, and then we get to become that person. It takes strength and determination and believing in yourself, and then anything is possible. Use your experiences as a catalyst for growth, change, and development. And in this way, live up to your full potential and live your best life possible. My name is Jennifer Jean. That was my story then, and now the new chapter begins.
Hi guys, it's Clarissa again. Hope you're having a good morning so far. It is time to get up and do a few stretches. We've probably been seated for a while, listening and absorbing all the goodness from the speakers, but now we just gotta get up and move our bodies a little bit. Join me. Come on up out of your seat, stand up, shake it out. Okay, just a couple minutes, couple deep stretches. Here we go. Plant those feet, reach the arms up overhead. You got this. Reach tall, breathe in. Wide arms forward fold. We did this earlier. You got this. Take a nice deep breath. Let it go. And roll up again. Let's do that 2 more times. Reach. And fold. Oh, just stretching everything out. Last time. Reach tall as you can. And fold. Let it go. Good. 1 deep breath to hang here, heavy. Let the neck and shoulders relax. And come upright to stand. Okay, let's twist. We're gonna place the palms out in front of us and inhale to open the chest. Take one hand open to the side, big twist, big open stretch. And bring the hands back to touch in front and take it on the other side. Inhale, twist, open. And exhale, bring them back forward. Let's do that a few more times. Keep the hips still and rotate through the waist, the upper body. Inhale, open. Exhale, close. Good. Fill in the belly, fill in the lungs with air. Last time on each side. All right, and the hips. We're gonna cross 1 foot behind the other. Careful with your balance. Grab a wall if you need it or a chair. We're gonna set this hand on my hip here, and we're stretching out this side. We're gonna reach that hand up and over, sticking out that hip, letting it open up. Oh yeah, reach. Carefully come back upright, and we'll transition to the other side. Take your time. Switch the opposite foot behind, opposite hand on hips. Let that hip kind of fall out to the side and reach. Take a breath or two, reach and stretch, just enjoy. Oh, yes. Come back upright. Place feet flat under you and just shake it out. Twist and release, let it go. Relaxed shoulders, heavy fingertips. Shake it all out. Good, and come to a standstill. Place those hands on those hips. I want you to open up that chest. Get nice and proud. You got this. Take a nice deep breath in. and let it go. All right, hope you're feeling good. Let's continue with this amazing day.
When asked to speak on what advice I would give to my younger self, I thought, ooh, girl, I hope you've got some time. This is going to take a while. But let's be honest, nobody wants to hear that much advice, so I pared it down just a little bit. First, collect people, not things. Spend your time and money building relationships with other people. A good core group of, no, son of a gun. A good connection base will help you in ways that you can't even imagine, whether it's building your career, having somebody to hang out with on your day off, stretching your thinking to acknowledge another perception, or having someone to call if you need help. Good connections are invaluable. And a side note about friendships, I've heard it said, I'd rather have 4 quarters than 100 pennies. And I get the premise of that, but I think it's flawed. I'd rather have both. So I would say build a core group of good, close friends and then gather as many of the other connections and people as you can. Why have just $1 when you could have 2? Don't try to be perfect. You are going to make mistakes, I promise. It happens. The bigger issue is how you respond to the mistake. That's what will define you. Work hard, play hard. I know. This has been so overused, but there's a good reason. Good hard work is so rewarding, and there's nothing at the end of the day like feeling that you've just given it your all and done your best. My dad always tells me all the time, hard work trumps brains every day. He's built an international multi-million-dollar software company from scratch with no college degree. So I'd say he knows a thing or two about success. Equally important to working hard is playing hard. Get out there and have some fun. Think about the things that you really enjoy and make time for them. Schedule them into your life. Fun should be a priority. And most important, don't create barriers in your life. Now, things will naturally happen that create a barrier. For example, I can no longer eat dairy products. It gives me hives. Some people will have an injury that prevents them from being able to do certain things. This isn't what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the stories that you tell yourself and the lies that you believe because of them. This is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the stories that you tell yourself and the lies that you believe as a result. The thoughts and beliefs that you incorporate into your life that create barriers. For example, I have a friend that has told herself that she doesn't like crowds or people, and so she never wants to go anywhere. But whenever I drag her out to go to a concert or a fair or any other event, pre-COVID of course, she always has a really great time and is so glad that she came. If you tell yourself that you can't enjoy or do things, it will be the truth. If you convince yourself that you can't do or enjoy things, that will be the truth. I've never been very athletic, and I had convinced myself that the active lifestyle just was not for me. 4 years ago, on a whim, I tried kayaking. There is not enough time to tell you how much I love it. Being out on the water, seeing things that you just can't see from land, challenging myself physically, and soaking in the peace, there's nothing like it. I love it. Now I wait all year long just for summer so I can get out and enjoy kayaking. So try new things. You never know, you might love it. Another story that can wreak havoc on our lives is the stories that we tell ourselves about other people's opinions of us. Whether it's that you're not smart enough, you're not accomplished enough, you're not likable enough, you're not pretty enough, you're not thin enough, fill in the blank with whatever your thing is. But I promise you, it will destroy your soul and suck all the joy out of your life. And it will cause you to create those barriers that I'm talking about. So here's the thing, you don't know what other people think about you. So why not just change your mindset to thinking that they think you're great? And if they disagree, that's their problem. Don't tell yourself stories that aren't true. Rewrite them, create your own story, and your life will be so much more enjoyable. See, that's my advice in no time at all.
Hi, I'm Augie. And today I was asked to speak about what I would tell my younger self. And so I want to talk about risk. You know, the funny thing about the universe is it doesn't have any regard for you. It just keeps spinning and spinning. But what about you? People like you and I are risk takers. We will take the risk. You know, risk is a funny thing because it also comes with failure and disappointment. But if you're good, you'll learn from that failure and disappointment. You'll learn how to overcome that. Failure and disappointment is okay. You're gonna learn. But what also comes with risk is opportunity and reward. It's the best thing you can get. You know, people like you, I believe in. You have so much potential. You're a great person. Be creative, be proactive, be a leader. The reward of giving is so much better than getting. You are great. But what does risk do? Risk opens opportunities. Those opportunities will help you expand and grow in your life. You're going to be so much happier. Yes, it's scary, but find a mentor, read, watch movies, ask someone else. Those things you can do every day because I believe in you. Risk is not something to be scared of. Risk is something to embrace. Opportunities are always there for you, and you know what they are. Those are the things that you keep thinking about when you wash your hair or when you can't fall asleep. That opportunity is that email you keep opening and you don't act on. I believe in you. You're special. You are a person that is going to do things. And remember, make an impact. Be the better person. Take the high road. Search and seek wisdom. And may God richly bless all of you. Thank you so much.
Will you have my hand? Or will it be her eye when she smiles? And will you understand that when I let you go, you don't go alone? And we won't always agree, and when I'm wrong I hope you forgive me, 'cause life ain't what it seems in this broken place, so filled with beauty. And I don't know your face, but I know where you're from. And I will give you everything. I will give you my love. And will you dance, will you sing? Will you stand on top of the world and be the queen over everything? And always hold your hands up high, lift your arms and praise to God who gave you life. And if someone should hurt you, and the pain just rips you in two, when your heart feels like it's breaking, I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting for you. And I don't know your face, but I know where you're from. And I will give you everything. I will give you my love, my forever love. And I don't know your face, but I know where you're from. And I will give you everything. I will give you my love. Will you have my hand? Or will it be her eye when she smiles?
You know, when I think about all the things I wish I would have known at age 17, boy, it's a long list, but the most important things I think are, it reminds me of this. When I used to get on a plane and travel and went through, I don't know how many times of seeing the instructions and being told, put your mask on first and then put someone else's mask on. And we forget to do that. I think women, we tend to be the caretakers. We give. We don't know how to say no. I wish I would have known more about boundaries and so forth, so I might have a little bit more balanced life now, even though I have a very, very happy life. I could have benefited from that. I think I'm a lost cause at my age, at 67, but I would have liked to have that bit of information. Another thing that I think, we need to give ourselves permission to make mistakes. I mean, we just actually have to have permission and realize that mistakes are an opportunity. They're an opportunity to learn. You just don't learn by doing everything right all the time. You learn by mistakes and picking yourself up. You become stronger. You become more resilient. You have an opportunity to apologize, to make things right, which I think is one of the most powerful things that person could do. So that would have been nice to be reminded for. Another thing is, people don't do well when they wallow. And by that I mean, we all go through tough times, and I think it's very human for people to blame something or someone when they're going through tough times. We blame traits we have. We blame our childhood. We blame a variety of different things. When you blame, you're a victim. And victims, by their very nature, can't succeed. So bust loose and don't find yourself blaming. It's very, very paralyzing. I also think it's real important for everyone, women included, at the forefront, to allow themselves playtime, to remember the importance of girlfriends. I'm getting emotional because I miss one. But there's no substitute for friends. And it isn't just girlfriends. It's also boyfriends with small b's. They're the people that help you get through the rough spots. They're the people who keep your life stable and fun during the good times. They're like a person's favorite dog, but they can talk. Friends are a very important part of all of our lives. I think also, I remember going through a period in my life where it was difficult. I was going through a divorce, and it was the first time I'd ever been to a counselor. And the counselor called me an enabler, and I'm looking around like, who are you talking to? I'm the only one in the room. I'm talking about you. And I can remember I said to her, no, I'm just being nice. And she said, no, you're enabling bad behavior. You are not just being nice. Quit it. So I've had to work on quitting it. But that was a bit of advice that I got when I was in my late 40s that I should have gotten when I was 17 and wish I had. I think all of those things coupled with just basic things, sometimes concrete things, like learn to cook. Because guess what? Food brings people together. They bring family together. Everybody likes to eat. Even if you don't have a big smorgasbord of different varieties of food that you know how to cook, learn a few dishes and open your home. I think is an important trait for all of us to have. Just be the gathering place. Laugh a lot. Take deep breaths. Do your breathing exercises. Give yourself permission to say, no, I've got too much on my platter. I can't take anymore.
If I could go back and talk to my younger self, I would try to convince myself to get up, stand back from my desk, and live my life. I would focus more on the little things and enjoy the little things in life, because those things are really what make up the big things. And sometimes those little things can get lost in the shuffle. Try as hard as you can, but not to the detriment of losing what is most important on the inside. Focus on those little things and what truly matters to you. And it's so easy when you're coming up through the ranks to focus so much on your career and where you want to go that you can forget where you are right now. And it's not until later that you think back on those little things, like the dog waiting for you to greet you when you come home, or maybe your mom calling you and saying, "Hi, honey, how was your day?" And really take the time to have those conversations, to love on your pets, maybe to tell your friend, "Hey, I really miss you. I miss our talks. Let's go for a walk. Let's do something. Even though I have a job due, deadlines can be missed sometimes, and that's okay. So just live your life. Just enjoy the days as they come and focus more on the little things, because those little things are really the big thing. And it's easy to get caught up in the day-to-day, in your job, especially in your 20s and mostly 30s, when you're building your career and raising a family in whatever form that takes. Just as an example, I think I spent my entire 30s working behind a desk, trying to prove myself and trying to be the best I could at what I do. And I think I succeeded in that, so that's good. But in looking back, I missed out on things. I think about now my dog, who's not here with me anymore, and shoot, I think about his smiling face waiting for me at the window, at the door. My husband would text me and say, "Katie, it's time to come home." I'd look at my phone and as I'm working, and I would think, yeah, but I just have to do this one thing. And I'd get home and they'd still be happy to see me, but I look back now and he's gone, and I think, what the heck were you doing? So look forward, spend time with your families. If there is one good thing about this COVID, it's that it is keeping us home more. And I think a lot of good can come from that.
Oh, hello. Were you waiting for me? My apologies. I expect you're wanting me to share something today. Well, I guess since I'm here, I might as well. So when I was asked to come in, I was asked to share something that I would tell to my younger self. I took a lot of time thinking about this one, and I think I landed on the one. What I would tell to my younger self is two things. One, no matter what happens, you can't ever give up. And two, things happen for you, not to you. And the reason I tell you this is because you're going to have hardships. Something's always going to go wrong. Life isn't perfect. Doesn't matter how perfect your plan is. Something's going to happen. But you have to be able and willing to endure. You have to be able to be strong. And you can't go through life playing yourself like a victim. Honestly, nobody cares. Nobody wants to hear the whining. And at the end of the day, you have to make a choice to either stay on the ground or you can stand up and start fighting. And that's what I would encourage you to do. So that no matter what happens, no matter what trial, no matter what struggle you're going through, be strong. Realize that things are going to get better. Realize that you are capable, and take control of your life. Start fighting, start busting down those doors. Don't let anybody restrict you. And the most important thing, don't let you restrict yourself. It doesn't matter what anyone else says to you. But if you tell yourself that you can't do it, that's it, you're done. But if you can believe in yourself, if you can be strong, if you can endure, you can make it. You just gotta be strong. Know that there is hope at the end of every tunnel. And I know people say that, I know it's cliche, but it's so true. You just got to keep fighting and moving forward. Break through those doors, break through those barriers. Don't limit yourself. Don't let anybody tell you you can't. Don't let anybody put you down. Believe in yourself and find the strength.
Wife, mother of 5 young boys, chef, housekeeper, successful business owner, and now during this time, homeschool teacher. Doing it all, sharing insights for all the moms out there, is Christine Louie.
Hi, my name's Christine Louie, and I'm married to my best friend Matt, and together we have 5 boys. A little bit about me: I graduated from Oregon State University, go Beavs, and at the time was working as a plus-size model with one of the top modeling agencies in the world, Wilhelmina, New York. I went on to become an aesthetic instructor and mentor those that wanted to learn more and get into the beauty industry. I volunteer and was named Mrs. Clackamas County 2019. And I am the lead West Coast makeup artist for a makeup line called Glow Skin Beauty, and write a monthly beauty news article for a local magazine as the beauty expert. For the last 6.5 years, I have grown a successful spa called Divine Complexions, all the while growing my family of 5 boys. And today I have a message for you moms, for you fellow business owners, for you women. I want to encourage you because I think you need to hear this. You have nothing to prove. Mamas, you don't need a side hustle or a big career to prove that you're worth it or capable or smart enough. Being a mom is the heartbeat of the family, and our society sure likes to downplay how important that is. This time in quarantine has really shown me that while I love my business and it's definitely a passion of mine, I'm doing all the moms out there an injustice by not talking enough about how important it is to be a mom while also talking about running a business. Never for a second would I want a stay-at-home mom to not feel like she's enough because she too doesn't have a side hustle or a career, or think that one or the other is better. And whether you choose to work as a mom or not is totally up to you, and thank goodness we have that choice. But never feel like you're not enough just because you're a mom. Stay-at-home moms, you can't post your rewards and recognitions on social media from your big career, but your rewards are bigger and better, and they will come later. This role given to you by God is surely the most important thing that you will ever do. And hey, you're doing a great job. So please don't compare yourself to another mom or me as a mom or your best friend as a mom, even though I know how hard that is because I do it too. This role as a mom, it's heaven sent. And girl, if you choose to downplay how important that is, that's on you because you deserve so much praise for all that you do. And hey, if you need a reminder of that, don't hesitate to reach out. Our children have their whole lives ahead of them, and shaping their lives in a positive way will surely be the most important thing that we ever do.
I would like to tell my younger self that it's okay to not be perfect and not want the perfect life, to really enjoy life, but not wishing to grow up more, and just know that there's no fairy tale marriage, there's no, perfect, and just enjoy your life. I would also say, just going real deep here, is, you're gonna go through some hard times. There's gonna be some pain and tragedy, and you're gonna have to learn how to be really tough and get through those times and just learn how to get courage and grow from that and still enjoy your life and be happy. I would tell my younger self that you should enjoy your time with your grandparents because you don't know when those times are going to be gone. My grandpa used to tell me when we'd visit, he would say, "When are you going to visit again?" And I would love to be able to just put that on the calendar and just have it and just keep going, because you don't know when that's going to be your last. I would like to tell my younger self well, just really lots of things, really, to learn more. Definitely pay attention in school and not goof off so much, and really put the effort and learn more about, the world and government, so you could know what's going on like today. What else? I would just pray more and help others and help my community more. I would like to tell my younger self to just enjoy the small things and not just spend time with your family and not moments instead of money, and really focus on that. That brings happiness to me, and so I would tell my younger self to just let things go and just enjoy moments and not things. Well, I would like to tell my younger self that you don't know, when the day is going to be where you don't see your parents again. I remember saying goodbye to my dad, or saying goodnight to my dad, and that next day he died in a horrific plane accident. And from that day, my whole family had to be stronger than ever before. And we don't know how life could carry on without this amazing person. But we did it, and we learned how to have courage and strength. And I would just tell my younger self that it's okay to go on with life without your loved ones. Doesn't mean that they're gonna be gone. I mean, they're gone forever, but you will meet them again one day. It is hard to live life without your whole family, but you can do hard things.
The advice that I would give my younger self would be to wear the bikini. So I would go back to my year that I feel like my body was in the best shape, and I would wear the bikini. I grew up and I had so much body shame, as I feel most women do. And now, after having 3 boys, I realized that that was the best my body was ever going to be. And I thought I was overweight. I thought I was, fat. And so I covered my body up. I had perky, cute boobs that didn't need a bra. I mean, life was great. So if I was to give myself any advice, I would wear the bikini.
Thanks, Crystal. I now have a new mantra I can use when I'm having one of those days. Just wear the bikini. You have heard some amazing stories and insights today, and there are more to come that you don't want to miss. The first time I saw this woman on stage, I was wowed. Her enthusiasm and passion for people, for life, was evident in her ability to connect in a way that reached out and welcomed you in, listening and sharing with you, and then sent you on your way with a feeling like you were invincible. I'm talking about your next speaker, my friend, Kathy Armias.
Hey everybody, Kathy Armias. I'm here. I know I'm not there, and I have something really cool I want to do with you though, because I don't want you to experience me in this really weird 2D kind of way. I want you to feel like you're experiencing the real me with you. I'm going to be available on October 3rd from 10 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, live on my Facebook. It's just facebook.com/Kathy Armias. To interact. So once you've seen my session, if you have some questions and want to chat it up with me, I'm going to be there. So, hey everybody, you have a great idea in your life, or you're aspiring to give a TED Talk, Or maybe you feel like neither one of those apply to you. I still think you should stick with me here and listen to what I have to say. I'm a TED coach. I coach tons of people all over the world on their ideas or on their profession, on what they do. And, you know, for most people, the number one thing that they say is like, I don't really have any great idea to share with the world. Crazy, right? There's people that are working on like groundbreaking, you know, things in their work. And when they're this close to it, they never see the importance of what they're doing. And in that same vein, I want you to know there's something in your life, an idea that you have, maybe something that you've experienced. Maybe it's your work. You have an idea that's worth being shared on the TED stage, or even if you never want to go that far, the people around you should experience that idea. So I'm going to talk today a little bit. I don't have too much time to get deep into it, but I want to talk about what makes a TED Talk great, because that's kind of my space, right? I'm a TED coach. I take all these ideas and I help people bring those ideas to the world. So let's start with this first, the idea. The idea takes the longest. Even when people come to me and they have a really good idea and they say, hey, this is my idea, what do you think? And I'm like, yeah, that's actually a really good idea. It's not stage ready yet. You have to really hone in on that idea. And I like to say you make that idea as wide and as deep as possible. As wide meaning like how many people can you get to aspire to that idea, to want to do something with your idea? How many people can you attract with your idea? You should make that as wide as possible. Here's a great for instance. My stepsister lives in Colorado. She's an architect, and she kept telling me for months and months, Kathy, you should watch this TED Talk. It's about why we should build wooden skyscrapers. And I'm like, oh, awesome. Yeah, I'll watch it, because I watch lots of TED Talks. And she kept asking me, did you see it? Did you see it? I'm like, no, I'll get to it. And I thought to myself, well, I know why she wants me to watch that. She's an architect, but why would I want to watch it? I was watching the TED Talk finally. I'm about 5 minutes into it. And I'm like, we should build wooden skyscrapers. I got so into this guy's idea, Michael Green. He really connected with me on way more of a level than just, hey, I'm talking to architects. I'm talking to everybody. So think about that. How wide can you make your idea? And then, this is an important one. How deep can you talk about your idea? Level 1, everybody might say that's a great idea. But what does level 2 look like? What is level 3? And ultimately, what does your idea look like if we do something with it? So that's the first place to start, is the idea. Always start with the idea, and always know that there's work to be done. You have to intentionally go wide, and you have to intentionally go deep. Then I have this program called How to Rock a TED Talk, and it was kind of me trying to put myself into a box. I know I don't like that, and say, here's what coaching in a box would look like. And I had 10 tips on how to rock a TED Talk, and it was from me watching 1,000 TED Talks. I decided to go on a mission and watch 1,000 TED Talks before I created this program. And at first I started keeping this spreadsheet, and it was like, so-and-so gave this talk, and it was this long, and this is where they gave it, and this is how many views it had. And then I would rate it like 1 to 10. But I quickly realized I can't just rate something 1 to 10. What I think is a 9, you might think is a 2. So I quickly started looking like, what were the actual, things that speaker did? How did they present their idea? What technical aspects did they use? And I broke it down into these 10, what I call essential elements. So I'm going to kind of run through those really quickly, just to give you a taste for what an idea could look like if you blew it up into a TED Talk. So the first one is having a universal theme. It really just goes back to the width. How can you make your idea accessible to as many people as possible? Make that idea wide. Think about a teenager in Tokyo that might watch your talk or might listen to your idea somewhere. How can they be just as connected to it as somebody maybe in your field of work or somebody close to you? So having a universal theme is super critical. And sometimes, you have to take a step back from your own idea and your work, and you have to say, what would it take to make it universal? Because at this moment, I'm talking, my voice, my language, the way that I talk is to a specific group of people. So intentionally make it wide. And the second one is catchphrases. people miss out on this all the time when they're giving talks or presentations. How can you say something really catchy? How do you take your idea and grab it and put it in something that's fire, like really fire? For instance, I have a really good friend, Lou Raja, and he's also a professional speaker. He was giving a TED Talk and I was coaching him, and he moved from all the way from Africa to Ashland, Oregon. And he has this whole theory, and it was a book based on his life, is Africa my roots, America my wings. Africa gave him his roots in life and America gave him his wings. When he was giving his TED Talk, I'm like, well, how can we take that idea and go wide with it? How can we make this accessible to everybody, not just people that have lived in Africa and moved to Ashland? And what we came up with was the catchphrase, roots are who you are, wings are who you become. So we were able to take his life, his message, and make it accessible to everybody. So think about that. How can you take whatever it is that your idea is, how can you wrap it up into something really, really fire and give that back to your audience? Catchphrases. The third one is supporting evidence. In a TED Talk, you should not be talking about an idea on a stage and going, hey, I have this amazing idea and it's so amazing because I say it's amazing. On the TED stage, you have to give evidence. You have to say, hey, this is social proof, or here's psychological evidence, or here is this idea put into action. So how do you prove that? How do you show that supporting evidence? It's really critical. And it's one of the things I think the world has really clung on to with TED Talks, is people really love that. Speaker gives their idea and then says, here's what it would look like, or here's what it looks like when it's in play. So having supporting evidence is critical. Number 4 is a memorable model. Having a memorable model is something that you can wrap your idea up in, and basically, if you think about it like a book, how would you turn your idea into a book? What's kind of the model? If you've heard of John Maxwell's, his 21 irrefutable laws of leadership, that's a model. How do you take something that you're saying and you're giving this information and you wrap it up into something? This is critical in like the TED space. I had a client one time who she did a talk on bullying, and she said, in the workplace, bullying can happen too. It doesn't look the same as when you were a child and somebody bullies you for your lunch money, but in the workplace, it looks a little bit more like exclusion. So the more and more we talked about her idea and how she was going to present it, I said, wow, it sounds like what you're saying is this exclusion is like a loop. And she said, it's exactly a loop. Once you get on it, you don't know you're there and you keep going. And so then we created the model, the exclusion loop. And that's how we turned what she was saying into a concept. So think about memorable models. And the 5th one is, I knew that was going to happen to me. Damn it, the cool factor. Okay, I'm going to go back on this. And I'm scratching my nose because it was itching so bad. And all of this, Phil, you're editing out. Yeah, there was a moment where I was like, my hair is going across. Okay.
When you're ready.
And the 5th one is the cool factor. Now this one's super interesting because adding a touch of cool to something is really good to do, but it's really hard too. Sometimes what you think is cool, everybody else might not think is cool. For instance, when I was doing my first TED Talk, I had written this poem. It was called The Giver's Reward, because my first TED Talk was about how you should mentor a child, mentor the youth. And I basically wrote this poem and said, hey, whatever you give to them, you get back tenfold. And I had a really good friend of mine, I grew up in LA, I had him beatbox my poem. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And right before I did my TED Talk, I was going to live audiences, testing my TED Talk. And everybody came up to me after and they were like, well, I liked your idea, but I don't know what that beatboxing thing was. And so for me, it was like, okay, that was a good test. People that didn't know me didn't realize that was cool to me, but not to anybody else. But I will give you a great example. There was a guy named Shane Koizan, who's a poet, and he gave a talk actually, about bullying. And he did a spoken word poem, and behind him, there was this awesome animation going. And then behind that, there was a lady playing the violin, and it was just the right touch of everything. He's talking about the poem, this graphics going on, and then there's this violin playing. It was so cool, but you can't really create cool. So just, if you're gonna add the cool factor in, make sure you check with other people. The sixth one is, why am I doing this? This is insane. Powerful visuals.
Because you've got a lot of stuff going on, and this is a new environment. You're doing awesome.
No, I don't know why I'm forgetting my own numbers. So 6 is powerful visuals, 7 is emotional connection. Yeah, okay, awesome. By the way, Bonnie, at some point, could you take a picture from really far out too, and just to get there? Okay.
I would love to.
Visuals. Okay. The sixth one is powerful visuals. Now there is a little, in the TED world, there's a little bit of a kind of a controversy. Some people are like, TED Talks should just be like a really good TED Talk, and the speakers should be so compelling that they just mesmerize the audience, and you don't need a visual to go with that. Then there, of course, there's people that are just die hard, like a visual always helps. I will say this. I personally think there's no such thing as a neutral visual. You're either using a visual and it's adding value, or your visual is taking value away. Now, I personally believe if you have a really good visual that backs up what you're saying, it's better. I mean, I have this story about how my Nana used to make homemade raviolis. And if I was telling you a story about her and I showed just like a stock photography shot of raviolis, it would be lame and it wouldn't really emotionally connect with you. But if I showed you a picture of my cute little Nana who's like 4 feet tall, and her cute little, her cute little apron and her like flower face and flower hands because she's making raviolis, it would make more of a connection than it would with a visual that seems cold and not really connected. So powerful visuals is really critical. Sometimes visuals don't have to be a slide. It could be a physical object that you hold in your hand. Is there something really critical that you're talking about in your talk or your presentation, and you can hold it in your hand? I had one client giving a TED Talk about childhood hunger, and she talked about this kid who in school, his teacher handed out paper plates and said, draw a picture of what you had for dinner last night. And one of the kids wrote the word nothing on a plate, and she had the plate. And so to hold that plate up, you just felt that. And the visual, even though you could put a picture of it up on the slide, I mean, there's something really powerful about seeing the actual plate that this kid wrote on. So if you are going to use a visual, make sure it's powerful. And one last tip, you can use your body as a visual. There have been plenty of TED Talks done by spoken word poets who will use their body and choreography to tell a story. So just think about a visual a little bit differently than you do. It doesn't have to just be a slide that's behind you. The next one's number 7. An emotional connection. You have to make an emotional connection with your audience at all times. If you have an idea and you want your audience to digest that idea, you have to make an emotional connection with them. And it doesn't have to be, your idea doesn't have to come across via a TED Talk. Again, it could be an idea that you're sharing within your sphere of the world, with the people that you know, or the work that you do, or your family, your friends. But just know this, you have to make that emotional connection. And when I really was studying TED Talks and I was watching different speakers, and sometimes some of the topics just out of the gate, they're more interesting than other topics. But there was always this like thread that the speaker, when they made an emotional connection with the audience, when they told a story that was really vulnerable, or they were humorous, or they found a way to really break through this thing that I call an invisible wall. I think anytime you're speaking or communicating, there's an invisible wall between you and your audience. And it's always your job as the communicator, the speaker, to break that down. And so I was watching, some of these speakers, and I'm like, whoa, they just like kicked that door down. And all of a sudden I felt like I knew that person. That's what you have to get in emotional connection. Now, it's really hard to do. Like, you can't just force that. That has to be something that comes from within you. So For instance, if humor's not your thing, don't say, hey, I'm going to all of a sudden become a comedian and I'm going to connect with my audiences. No. Find a way to be vulnerable. Find a way to be transparent and open so that your audience will listen to you and they'll connect. But it's critical, so make sure it happens. Again, it can be through the use of humor. It could be through, just a personal story. Stories are always best, always, always. You know why? Because nobody else can tell that story but you. If you tell a personal story and you tell it from your heart, it's not something that the speaker's like, oh, I heard that last week and I don't feel connected to it because it's the second, third, fourth time I've heard that. But find a way to make that emotional connection. It is critical. And number 8 and 9, I kind of grouped together because I noticed these things kind of went hand in hand. Not always, but many times. Number 8 is low point and number 9 is twist moment. I found when I was watching all of these TED Talks that many times a speaker would have this this great idea, this great moment right off of a low point in their life. Something would happen and it would cause them to have this low point and this idea would spurn from it. Well, and sometimes that idea, that low point would come with a twist moment where they were heading one direction, this thing happened and it turned them into a twist moment, but not always. Sometimes speakers have gotten on a stage and just said, hey, this happened to me. I'm here to make sure it doesn't happen to other people. So it kind of didn't really have the twist moment. And sometimes it was a direct result. So just making sure that you're always being aware. Some of these moments that you think are your worst moments in your life, they could be some of the best moments for other people. There's things that people can learn from them. So always think about that. Look back in your life. I like to teach people to keep a story file or a story bank, if you will. And it's just something little that you can keep on your phone. And anytime something happens or anytime you remember something that happens to you, note it in your phone. And it can just be one little sentence. It could be, the time I was taught how to drive by my uncle. I could just throw it into my phone. And I might be saying to myself in that moment, when will I ever use that? And you have no idea 2 years later, you might be communicating about something and go, you know what? I'm going to tell a story about that. So keep your stories somewhere where you can easily put them in and easily reach back into that story file, story bank, or whatever, and pull them out for later use. So always remember that your low point can always turn into a twist moment. And number 10, which I think is super critical, and it kind of goes hand in hand with the emotional connection, number 7, but it's being authentic and open. So being authentic, being authentically you. People cannot stand an inauthentic version of you. And many times we try to watch other people and we watch them and we love what they're doing and we feel connected to them. And there's something inside of us that makes us go, I want to be like them, or I love the way they delivered that, or I love the way that they talked about that idea. Don't do that. Don't ever do that. Be you. Be 1,000,000% you, because you are amazing, amazing you, right? And you are the only person that can be you. So be authentic to who you are. Here is a great story. I love Ron Finley. He gave a TED Talk on, the name of the TED Talk was called The Guerrilla Gardener from South Central. And he talked in his TED Talk about how he had this strip of land in front of his house and he started to grow a garden on it because, it's in front of his house and technically the city owns it, but, he has to maintain it. So he's like, well, there's a lot of people in my neighborhood that are starving, or I can turn it into a gardener. That's what I do. I can turn it into a garden. So he turned it into a garden, and then the city sends him a note and says, nope, can't do that. And so he petitions against it and gets all these people to sign, and then he wins. So then he starts popping up all these community gardens all over South Central Los Angeles. And he, at the end of his talk, he's 100% him. So he says, if you want to meet with me, come to the garden with your shovel so we can plant some shit. Peace. And it was so authentic. If you watch that TED Talk, you're like, he just ended 100% on him. So be authentic. And then that thing about being open, people know when you're closing yourself off. I noticed in a lot of TED Talks that people were willing to kind of open the door a little bit and talk about something they normally wouldn't want to stand on a stage and talk about. But when you do that, I think your audience will always feel that emotional connection, just being you and being open. Now, just one little caveat, be careful, don't open too much. Don't open the door so much that people are like, whoa, I need therapy. Just open it enough that people can get your transparency and your authenticity. So those are the 10 kind of essential elements that I kind of reverse engineered after watching, now it's been thousands. I've watched so many TED Talks and I've coached so many people around the world. And I just want to leave you with this last piece of advice. You have a story. You have an amazing story. You have lived a good life, and there's been many things that have happened to you, good and bad, and a lot in between. And you can use those stories, you can use your ideas to help make the world a better place. Be brave enough to kind of dust off that idea if it's under there somewhere and you haven't been sharing it with the world, or if you have, be brave enough to take it to the next level, to the next step, and share your idea with the world, because the world needs you and the world needs your ideas. And I hope to see you. I'm going to be, again, live. I'm going to be on my Facebook, Kathy Ermias, facebook.com/Kathy Ermias from 10 a.m. to noon on Saturday, October 3rd. I hope to see you there where we can engage in person. Keep being amazing, keep being you. You know, thinking about, things I wish I knew when I was younger, I think about how life evolves, and the older I get, the more I know about myself. And there's one piece of advice I would give myself if I could go back, and I would actually listen to myself, because that's crazy. I can't even imagine like the 13-year-old self actually listening to what I'm saying. But if she did listen, I would tell her, everything happens for a reason. And sometimes you don't know what that reason is. Sometimes, as horrible as things seem at that moment, you never know what's going to come of that. For instance, I was a single mom when I was 19 years old. I had 2 kids, and I was working a job during the day and I was working a job at night. And I couldn't even imagine life beyond just trying to take care of those needs and my children at that time. So had you come up to me in that moment and say, one day you're going to write books and you're going to talk to people and you'll inspire people to do things that they want to do, I literally would have been like, get out of my face. I can't hear you right now. But I think back to that time too, and I really think that everything that I went through, not only did it happen for a reason, it made me a better person on the other end. And so I definitely would say everything happens for a reason. You don't know whether that reason is good or bad at any moment.
So I would say stop and look around you. This is you in the middle of a moment. There is nowhere else you need to be. Breathe deep and look around. Don't worry so much about where you're going, who you think you should be, or where you've fallen short in the past. You are the best version of yourself right now. Tomorrow you does not exist. Yesterday you exists no longer. And though we live in the present, our energy is easily consumed with thoughts of a fictitious reality. What is real is today, is right now. It's in our nature to focus on all the little things in life that really don't matter, while we avoid those that matter most of all, our relationships, our family, our health, and our dreams. But there's hope, my friend. You will learn. You will learn to embrace regret so you can love more fiercely. You will not fear the path untaken because you know your story is rewritten daily. You will treasure every moment with those you love because you have learned to love yourself. You will cease searching anxiously to define your hopes and dreams. When you stop looking, they will find you. You will learn life isn't about finding answers, but asking the right questions. And you will learn fear of the future, regrets of the past, should be tools used to strengthen your soul and resolve, and as such should be set aside when they no longer serve this purpose. I'll end with a quote by journalist Norman Cousins and added on by the late great Tupac Shakur. Death is not the greatest loss in life. The greatest loss is what dies inside while still alive. Never surrender.
Things that I would tell myself would include to take care of your body, to treat it nicely, to feed it good food, to talk to it nicely. You only get one of them, and they all look very different. And I think it's just important to say nice things to yourself. We all have roles when we sit down. Invest early and invest often. And I think that that can have multiple meanings, whether it's in yourself, financially. No one's life is perfect. I think we fall into this trap of seeing a highlight reel or what people might say about their life or what they might share and what they don't share. Make the best decision with the information that you have at the time you need to make it. Fear will make a decision for you, whether you let it or not. And I think that's the quickest way to just take control of the outcome. I would say something that young Marla also struggled with as well was just being good at a lot of things, but never really great. And I would tell myself that that's okay, that it's just as awesome to be good at a lot of things as it is to be great at one thing. Being a planner and someone that really wants to lay everything out and have an idea of what that's going to look like, and I would tell myself that likely nothing is going to go as you had planned, but that doesn't mean that you can give up. If you just keep giving up, you're never going to get anywhere, and you're never going to see the other side of something that could be really great if you don't see it through. And follow through is one of the most important things that you're going to learn. I'm 30, but I feel like there's still so much that I need to accomplish and that I need to do. And so it's hard to look back and say that there is this advice that I would give, because I don't feel like I have all of the answers yet. I'm defined by the decisions that I make, and I don't get to let other people define me. Know when it's okay to stand out, and know when you need to blend in. And like, I always had this idea that if I was going to have an impact on someone, I had to walk into a room and be the center of attention, or command it with my voice, or command it with my loudness. And I would say that, gosh, I mean, that was something that I felt like I definitely learned when we worked together, was that you can command just by presence, and that doesn't necessarily mean all those things I just mentioned.
When I was asked to be a part of this conference, this is about stories. So what I'm going to tell you is a little bit about my life as it would be in a story. So here we go. So the first thing I would say to my younger self is, buckle up, sister, you're in for an adventure. When I was 19 years old, I joined the Air Force, got married, and moved out of state, all within 3 weeks. What a better way to grow up, have a career with benefits, get an education, and see the world, right? Nothing holding us back in Salem, Oregon. So it's not as easy as we thought. For the next 22 years, we lived in 4 states and 2 countries, all while raising a family. It presented a lot of challenges and sacrifices for both myself and my family. While many women wear high heels and dresses and skirts to work, my professional dress was brown or green combat boots and green or desert brown BDUs, or battle dress uniforms. But I did have blue uniforms, so I could wear heels or the highly polished Corfram shoes, which you could practically see yourself in. Our motto was, home is where the Air Force takes us. It was hard work, tough on the family to move, often and get settled into new places. But the kids learned to make friends pretty quickly, and they adjusted well. They love to travel, and they also like to try new food. And to this day, they are still travelers. The Air Force was a great way of life for us, but not for everyone. I was technically on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year. I could deploy at any time, and I had to always be ready. In a few of my assignments, I had bags that were ready to go at a moment's notice. I learned to be part of a team very early on. I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That's a pretty heavy burden when you're in your 20s and 30s. But I re-enlisted 5 times during my career. You never know what life is going to throw at you, and you have to be ready to take on whatever responsibility and challenges that come your way. The job always came first. The family was always second. I spent a lot of time working and long hours. 10 to 12-hour days were pretty normal. The family always came second. I would say to my much younger self, don't spend as much time working as if you can. Encourage your kids in activities that they enjoy. Travel as much as you can. We lived in some great places. We lived in Florida and Alaska, and then had an opportunity to go to Germany and spent 4 years traveling in Europe. What an opportunity that was. I deployed once. I was 18 years in service before I deployed, so my kids were old enough to understand what was happening. I deployed by myself, not with a unit, but my career and my rank needed me in a place called Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I lived on a military compound that resembled a walled prison. There were armed guards and there were patrols. That was the first time in my life that I actually was scared, and I knew I was in a country where people didn't want us there. I am so honored to live in a country where women have so many opportunities and all people are free. Education was huge. And one of the things I tell to my younger self is, you should have finished your degree. Do it before you get out. But, you know, I hemmed and hawed and I hawed, and I couldn't decide what I wanted to do when I grew up. So embrace the challenge, just figure it out and get it done. I retired from the Air Force in 2001 and immediately took the first job that was offered to me, mostly because I was scared to death to be unemployed. So I would say to myself, be bold, be brave. Don't take the first job that comes. You know, think about what you want to do. Think about how you can use your experiences and your education and that security clearance. And I've learned that it's okay to fail, because that's how we learn and grow. But in the military, failure was not an option. Making a mistake could cost someone his or her life. Also, invest not only in your education, but invest your money. We waited way late in life to start investing. So invest as early as you can. Start having your money work for you. And one other piece of advice that I would tell my younger self is, when I decide to retire, really think about it. Think about where you want to retire. Think about all the places you've lived and what brought you joy and happiness. Don't necessarily go back to your hometown, unless, of course, that's where you'd like to put down your roots. But do your research. Really think about it, because as you get older, it's harder to move around. I could go on and tell so much more about my story, but I'm going to stop right now because I have so many other stories to listen to, and I'd like to hear yours.
When your own mortality is staring back at you, what would you do? Victoria Shin was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer that spread to her liver and bones. She never gave up. She developed hope, rebellious hope. Victoria Shin.
Hello. Hello, my name is Victoria Shin, and I am honored to be here today to celebrate all of you amazing ladies and gentlemen. It has been 4 years since that fateful day when I learned of my catastrophic diagnosis of stage 4 invasive ductal carcinoma, breast cancer that had metastasized, spread to my liver and bones, HER2 negative, hormone receptive positive, found only by a minor stomach issue and most likely would not have been found by traditional screenings until it was too late. That day was September 6, 2016, a day I will never forget. I stand here today before you against all statistics for this diagnosis. The statistic says that I shouldn't be here, but I am. After 8 months of chemotherapy, no surgery and no radiation, I had my first PET scan that was clear, showing no active hotspots. I have had 10 clear PET scans since, and each time I am amazed, humbled, and so incredibly grateful. I thank God every day that I am here to be able to share with you. There were many factors that helped me get through the cancer diagnosis, the treatment, and where I am today. One attribute that I recognize in reflection is that from age 5, I had a rebellious nature that has carried me forward through my lifetime and certainly served me well with a stage 4 cancer diagnosis. I have a story I would like to tell you about my rebellious nature as a child. I remember an evening that my mom and dad went out and my sister and I were left with our babysitter, Violet Young. She was a really nice older lady who babysat for a lot of our neighbors. It was time to get ready for dinner and I wanted to pour my own milk. Granted, I was only 5 years of age, but I knew I could do it on my own. Well, my older sister felt otherwise and stated, "You'll only spill it. Here, let me pour." After a bout of arguing, I grabbed the carton of milk, slid my glass over, and began to pour while my sister continued to say I would spill. Well, guess what? Just as the milk reached the top of the glass, Violet came into the kitchen. My sister was starting to say, "I told you so," just as the milk spilled over onto the table. I got so upset at the situation and being told, "I told you so." The commotion intensified and I stomped my foot and stated, "Fine, I'm going to run away." Both my sister and Violet used that reverse psychology and said, "You do that, but be sure you take supplies with you." I stormed upstairs to my room, pulled out my 15 by 12-inch burgundy alligator suitcase, packed my pajamas, pillow, and bear, and down the stairs I went. I walked past my sister and Violet, taking our St. Bernard named Eunice with me, and out the door we marched. Both Violet and my sister kept saying, "We wish you would stay, but if you need to go," thinking of course I would stay. Well, I showed them. Eunice and I marched around the block to a neighbor's front yard where Eunice lay down and I sat next to her, placing my suitcase next to me. Just about the moment I opened my suitcase, the neighbor came out of his house to ask why I was there. I explained what had happened and that I had run away from home. I could hear my babysitter, who was now frantic as it was dusk. She was yelling for me, "Victoria! Victoria!" The neighbor man calmly said, "Just be careful and you might consider going home since it is getting dark." I remember him going back into his house and it becoming increasingly dark, at which point I decided to head back home and try and sneak in the house. Well, sneaking did not work, and our poor babysitter was so angry, and I'm sure she was very worried, that I was sent straight to my room. I could feel my anxiousness surface in anticipation of my parents arriving home and how much trouble I would be in. I snuck downstairs and fell asleep in the den to awaken to hugs and kisses from my parents. Whew, I don't remember getting in trouble, but yet receiving lots of love and understanding. Not too long after that incident, my father was diagnosed with Hodgkin's at age 42. He was treated and passed within 7 weeks from the day he was diagnosed. I was 5 years old and logged in my mind that I too would pass from cancer by age 10. I'm not sure why I thought this, but I did. I never shared that with my mother as I didn't want to burden her. She was already devastated from losing my dad. She was only 38 years old and left with a 5, 15, and 17-year-old. The last thing I needed to do was to burden her more with my thoughts. For years into my teens, I would dream that I saw my dad and he was coming home, yet I never shared this with anyone. Fast forward to 2004 when my mother was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, never smoked a day in her life, was treated with radiation that extended her life 14 more months. She passed at age 78. Then 2 years later, in 2006, my sister was diagnosed with late-stage ovarian cancer, was treated with chemotherapy. She went in for surgery to find there was nothing more they could do. She was gone in 3.5 months from diagnosis at age 56. I was caregiver for both my mother and sister and very familiar with cancer. Now, I was told I have stage 4 metastatic breast cancer and there's no genetic connection to the cancer. 4 years has passed and my rebellious nature, along with a list of additional things, resulted in actions that have brought me where I am today, here to share hope with you. The first day we met my oncologist was the day my innate and learned responses kicked in. The words I received from my doctor that day included, "You're not still working. You might consider quitting work to stay home or at the very least reduce your work hours." I could feel the hair on the back of my neck rise and my body tense at the thought of this diagnosis controlling my life. My rebellion kicked in. Anger arose. I actually told my doctor, "You don't know me yet. I am a fighter and I will win." Honestly, I hoped I was correct, but my lifetime experience with cancer and a stage 4 diagnosis, could I really beat it? This played quietly in my mind as I did not want it to consume my thoughts or become reality. Instead, I decided to do it the Victoria way. Follow instructions, educate myself more, ask more questions, celebrate every small victory from my blood pressure being where it needed to be to my blood tests being normal, staying strong and fighting to win. This experience has caused a great deal of reflection on a daily basis. When COVID-19 arrived and so much speculation swirled with many unknowns, except that I now have a compromised immune system, but wait, I'm still here against statistics. Being sequestered from March forward, so much unsettling news and actions taking place, I remain vigilant in my fight to remain healthy, both spirit, mind, and body. The early days with silent COVID-19 quietly affecting people worldwide caused many moments for me that were far more stressful than my cancer diagnosis and treatment. I have never exercised so rigorously in my life because I want to beat cancer. I have never been so disciplined in my life because I want to beat cancer. I have never been so determined in my life to live. I've never been so in tune with nature in my life. I have never loved so deeply in my life. I've never wanted a relationship with God so much in my life. When I take all of these things into consideration, I have the hope to rebel against cancer or anything else that adversely affects my life. All I want to do is to inspire you to do so. Any of you ladies and gentlemen out there that are fighting anything, I am saying to you that you are amazing. Each one of you can do this. You can do anything you set your mind to. Be aware, be mindful, be a little rebellious. I thank you for listening to me and allowing me to share a little bit of my story with you today.
This old house, it needs fixing. Its bones are creaking, its heart is breaking. The seal's starting to leak, the tears flowing through. And I know what I'm missing you. I think I'll head up to Victoria, hoping you would be here with me. I'm heading up Victoria. Got in the car and drove all night. It was raining in Portland, and it cleansed my mind. I'm listening to your favorite love song playing on the radio, the one I used to sing when you would cry. I think I'll head up to Victoria. Distance is much too far. The work at hand is so damn hard. This old house needs fixing, and I know what I'm missing. I miss you, yeah. Victoria, I'm on my way, oh baby, Victoria, I'm coming home, Victoria.
My younger self, what I would say to her is that you already know all of the answers if you just listen to your intuition. If you try to please everyone else, you'll never be happy. So just listen to yourself, and if you mess up, it's okay, because all you'll have gained is a lesson or two, and you can fix it and move on. Anxiety is really just fear, and I think that acting out of fear just makes things worse, and thinking about things just makes things worse sometimes, and it doesn't solve the problem, but action will solve your problem. Even if you make a mistake, it's okay, just keep going. And find the peace, because if you come from a place of peace, you'll have gotten the lessons along the way, and you will be able to let go of that anxiety somehow, some way, someday. I think sometimes when I look back, there are two really big decisions that I made that I didn't make for myself. I made to please others. And I was young, of course, and they would have changed my life, and my life would have gone on a different path. One was I changed my major in school and didn't have the guts to tell my family for about a year, because I felt the pressure from them to become an engineer or a doctor, and realized that that's just not who I am. So I changed my major, ended up not even finishing school, which is a whole nother story. But I I knew what the right thing was to do, but I didn't know how to live up to others and actually tell others and stand up for myself and my own beliefs in myself. So, I mean, that was a year of keeping a secret from my family that was probably not even that big of a secret, but I had to harbor all of that. So that was a lot of pressure. Also, I don't know, this is crazy because I just got divorced in the last year, but I knew I wasn't marrying the right guy for me, and he probably knew, and we did it, and there was a lot of pressure. I was 24. I didn't want to turn around and tell my family that maybe this isn't the right thing to do, and 250 guests coming to my wedding, and it was huge, right? Like a big party, and we had an awesome party, and I got 2 amazing kids out of it. But it was 14 years of struggle and pressure and just being afraid to say that I made the wrong decision for me and I didn't know how to live up to it. I made it for the wrong reasons. I was seeking something from somebody else that I never could have gotten from anyone because I wasn't ready for that in my life. But I think a lot of young women especially find themselves in that position and they go with it because that's what society says to do, or they feel that that's what society says to do, even though, I mean, 50% of people get divorced. So really, if you could just stop that, stop it now if you can. But really, it's all okay to stop and stand up for yourself, and you don't have to go through 14 years of anxiety and trying to cover up and pretend that you're happy when you're not really truly happy. So it is okay to stand up for yourself and your beliefs. And if you don't, gosh, I learned a lot in those 14 years, right? So it is okay to be wherever you're at in your journey. Just have some grace with yourself and for others, and just get through the lesson and enjoy it, because you'll look back and it's gone. And there's always something positive to find, right? So I got these great little boys out of this, and I'm in such a great place now that I never knew I was this strong. So now I know that I can do it, and it's okay. And I choose who is in my life. I choose who I spend my energy on and what I spend my energy on and my time on. And all of that is just the lesson I got from making the wrong choices before. And it's all okay because, gosh, you are going through a journey no matter what. So just go on it and have fun and let yourself be you.
So I was asked the question, what advice would I give my younger self? And this was a tough question to think of just one thing. So I narrowed it down to 2 things. One of them being to enjoy the journey. We get so rushed to get to that next chapter in our life, whether it's to graduate high school or graduate college and get married and have kids. But there's so many moments in getting to those points that we need to enjoy and not be too rushed getting through them. And we need to stop and take the time to listen. That is the second piece of advice I would give myself, is to listen. Listen to people who are trying to give you advice because maybe they've been there and they've experienced that. And it's important to listen to what they're saying. Maybe you're still going to move forward and do what you want to do, but it's important to listen to their experience. And also listen to your elders and the stories that they have to tell you. I look back and, I have some grandparents that aren't here anymore, and I wish that I would have taken more time to listen to the stories that they had to tell. Those things are not things that would change who I am today, but maybe would have opened my eyes for growing older and the experiences that we have. As I thought of the 2, we were talking last night at home, getting ready for the recording of answering this question, and I get a little emotional about it, thinking about the things that our kids are going through right now and that the world is going through right now. And, my son was having some responses to the answers that I had and thought, well, that sounds kind of silly, Mom. But my husband,
tried to open his eyes a little bit and let our kids know that, you know, it's important to enjoy life and to think about the positive things and reflect upon those and, you know, just live each day to its fullest. And we really want them to learn that and to know that that's very important.
I'd have a lot to say to her, but I think three main things stick out to me. One is between you and God, you got this, so stay close to Him. Number two, a motto that has come to be really one of my mantras is feel the fear and do it anyway. And that's because I think fear of failure stops people from trying so many things. And I personally don't believe in failure. I think that everything is either a success or a lesson. And I think lessons are valuable. So I try not to let fear stop me from trying things. I do believe in intuition. I think that's a different thing. So I listen to intuition and wisdom. But if it's just fear of failing, don't let that stop you. Just go for it. And then finally, guard your thoughts is what I would tell myself. Because you will create what you think about the most. So if you're thinking about negative things, you will draw negative things into your life. If you think about what you want, you will create the life that you want.
When I look back at my life, there are many times that I wish I had the advice and the knowledge that I know now. Since I can't go back in time, I'm here today to share a little bit of advice with you about the things that I've learned in my own journey. The first bit of advice that I would like to give my younger self is it's all going to be okay. You know, when I think back to younger me, my parents got divorced when I was 8. I went to 10 different schools. I had to make new friends all the time. I had a daughter who was 3 months premature. My life was totally flipped upside down. And I had a career of 14 years that felt like my entire life that ended with a shitty boss. And here I sit today, and it's all helped me become a better, stronger, more vibrant version of myself. And it's all okay. It's all going to be okay. You know, that's just really where I want to start, because I think we've all dealt with struggles throughout our life, and we all will continue to deal with struggles. But if you look at those struggles with an open mind and know that it's all going to be okay, then you're going to be okay. The other thing that I wanted to share, and you know, that I wish I would have known when I was younger, is that other people's opinion of you do not matter. They are none of your business. And I say that because I think as women, it's something we think about a lot. We think about our appearance, we think about the work that we do, the mothering that we do, and no matter what you do, you will be criticized. You can never be, you know, perfect for everyone. But what really matters is that you're perfect for you, that you love yourself and that you believe in yourself and that you keep showing up. This is emotional. Why is this emotional? But that you just keep showing up for yourself because that's really what matters. And if you can put blinders on and realize that other people's opinion, the negative ones, don't matter, you are going to be so much better for it. And really my last thing, I'll probably butcher this quote, but it's one of my favorites. It's kind of long, but it goes like this. Darling, the one thing that you have that nobody else has is you. Your mind, your vision, your heart, your story. So keep that in mind. Dance and play and sing and laugh and be who you are, because you are the only one who can be that person.
When I think about this next speaker, a quote by Bob Marley comes to my mind. You will never know how strong you are until strong is your only choice. Dents in Your Armor is not only the title of her presentation, it is also the title of her first book that debuted this week. You will definitely want to get a copy of this life-changing book. Please welcome Andrea Beam.
I am a mom. I am a business owner. I am an entrepreneur. I'm a believer. I'm a fighter. My name is Andrea Beam, and this is my story. I was at what you could possibly call the peak of my career. My business was growing. I had paid off all of our debt. We were hitting sales records like crazy. I had even earned a coveted position as a business coach. Things were barreling forward at 80 miles an hour for me. I was absolutely in heaven in that moment, and I was pushing the limits of every single iron that I had in the fire. And then, then reality hit. I had 5 people leave my company: agents, administrative staff, leadership, and actions left me feeling hurt and betrayed and even angry. My business had several transactions that fell apart in a short amount of time, and the culture and the environment of my business was struggling at best. And this was just my professional life. In my personal life, I was struggling to be a mom to my 2 teenage boys. I was feeling the weight of financial commitments on the personal front. And suffice it to say, my doubt at that time was in full swing. I was doubting my ability to be a good mom. I was doubting my ability to be a good business owner. I was doubting my ability to be a good leader. I was doubting my value that I brought to this world, period. I had turmoil in my business, and I had turmoil in my life. I had completely lost my confidence at this point, and I lost my value. And then I got taught a lesson in the most unexpected of places, you guys. It was a freezing Friday night. I get cold a lot. It was a freezing Friday night, and here in Oregon. And my 2 boys, they play football for the school that they attend. And one of them's in junior high and one in high school. And we were about to go up against a tough opponent. And our star running back couldn't play. And our team was struggling with wondering if they could even win without their star player. And my son was being put in. Well, I knew he was struggling with whether or not he could perform, not only for himself, but for his team. And fast forward to the game starting, and in one of the opening plays, my son gets the ball. And he is running as fast as his legs will take him down the field towards the end zone. You guys, here is my proud mama moment. I am jumping up and down in the stands, yelling for him to go, run. Here is a clip of that video for you to watch. Now, in that moment, when the ball went flying and my son went to the ground, I was devastated. I was heartbroken for him. I knew he would be devastated. I knew that he would feel that he had let everyone down. I knew he would feel embarrassment in front of hundreds of people. And I knew that he would feel like crawling in a hole and just hiding there. Funny, because that is what I was feeling about my life. Now, the story doesn't stop there. See, he goes back into the game and he ends up scoring 3 touchdowns and running the ball an additional 150 yards. He makes 14 amazing tackles as a defensive linebacker and causes another forced fumble. See, there was a lesson that I learned that day. He made a choice. He made a choice to not give up. He made a choice to keep going. He made a choice to keep fighting, to not hide. He could have easily found a way to disappear amongst the other players and hope and pray that he didn't get asked to go back out on the field. And he didn't. So what was the lesson I learned? He was making that choice. Why wasn't I? So I know that it can seem that just as one problem is solved, that another one rears its ugly head in your life. And it can feel like falling dominoes, just hitting you one after the other. See, I started to dread my days because I started to focus on, well, what's going to happen today? What's next? What's the next thing that's going to hit me? And I also know that it can feel like you've hit rock bottom, only to find out that rock bottom isn't always the worst part. Sometimes, guys, you hit rock bottom and you still get drug across the bottom. You get drug across rocks and you get drug across stumps and gravel and you get bloodied and bruised. Have you experienced this? Maybe you're experiencing it right now. Let me share this with you. You drown not by falling in the river, but by staying there. I want to share a book with you guys called The Cradles of Eminence. In this book, the authors wrote about hundreds of extremely successful men and women, and they studied the difference of what made these men and women successful. Some crazy statistics in this book is that 3/4 of the men and women that they studied all faced poverty and hardship and broken homes. And 1/4 of them were faced with disabilities, whether it was blindness or deafness or other crippling disabilities. So what makes them successful and achievers? How come they overcome these problems in their life when so many of us are overwhelmed by ours? See, they were able to see their problems as stepping stones, whereas so many of us see our problems as stumbling blocks. They were able to make a choice to problem solve. Generally speaking, you guys, we all try to eliminate hard from our life. I mean, we are human. The problem with that thinking is that all amazing accomplishments are hard, and some of them very hard. So if easy is the route that we are trying to go, I fear that you will be severely disappointed. I have come to believe that life was designed by God to be hard so that we could grow in character and we could become strong. Maybe whatever hole you're in, maybe whatever hardship you are facing, maybe the crappy week that you're dealing with, or maybe it's an entire year that just keeps trying to tear you down and test your breaking point. Have you ever considered that some of those things are happening for you instead of to you? I struggled with my thoughts a lot during this process of climbing out of this hole. My own thoughts right up here in my head. And if I'm being honest, I still do. Who doesn't? See, Thoughts are otherwise known as the stories that we're telling ourselves. It's the silent reel that goes through our mind pretty much on a daily basis, maybe even on a minute-to-minute basis. And these stories can be the source of, so many problems in our lives. And I've shared a couple of my stories or thoughts with you just a few minutes ago. Maybe some of them are familiar to you. Maybe things like, gosh, this is unbelievably hard. I don't know, maybe I should go do something else. Or maybe it's the thought or the story that you're just not naturally gifted at this. Move along. Maybe it's the story that you're telling yourself that you should compare yourself to the person next to you or to your competitor. Maybe it's the story that for some reason you think that you need to pay attention to the thoughts and opinions of everyone else around you has about you. These are all thoughts and stories that went through my head. And again, if I'm being honest, I still struggle with to this day. So here, guys, is where the mindset starts to shift. It all starts with telling this roommate that sits up here in your head to sit down and shut up and start believing in yourself. Because if my son can do it on a cold Friday night in front of hundreds of people, then so can you. So can I. One of the best examples that I can give you of controlling your thoughts and believing in yourself is Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali is famous for obviously his boxing career, and he went on national television many times with his antics that he would say that was, very entertaining. And one particular quote that he said really caught my attention. He said, "I said I was the greatest even before I knew I was." See, even Muhammad Ali had to convince his own self that he was the greatest. He had to believe in himself. So there's a few steps that I learned over this journey of climbing out of this hole that took much longer than I probably would be proud of sharing. But these steps helped me out at different places in my life, and I want to share some of these with you now. Step number 1, channel your inner 9-month-old. Guys, when you were 9 months old or 7 or 8 months old or whenever you were learning to walk, think of how many times you went from the couch to the coffee table trying to take a few steps, and how many times did you land on your butt? How many times did you fall on your face? And you didn't quit then. So where is that persistence now? Find it. Number 2, quit being surprised. Problems are going to happen. It's no different than getting a flat tire when you're going down the road. Do you expect it? No. You can plan for it. You can have tools in your car to change your flat tire, or maybe you have a phone number you can call of someone that will come and help you change your tire. You prepare for it so that when they do happen, you have the tools to deal with it. So quit being surprised when these problems hit you. They're coming. I guarantee it. Number 3, implement thinking time. Thinking time is so important to gain clarity in your life and in your goals and in what your priorities are. See, we're all so busy hustling and bustling to the next thing that we think that we need to do, whether it's in our personal life or in our work life. We're busy. That is our society these days. So where do you take the time to really give yourself time to think and put thoughts into what is important? Was the thing that you just said yes to Was it that important to say yes? A great coach told me one time that for every yes you give, you better back it up with 1,000 no's. Spend 30 minutes a day even. Write a question at the top of a journal, 1 page, and just spend time, 30 minutes, writing down your answers to that one question, your thoughts, your creativeness, your ideas. Maybe it's more questions. That's okay. There will be a list for you to download of questions that you can use during your thinking time. Number 4, stop listening to that roommate in your head. You guys, those thoughts that are going around in your head, it's your roommate, sure. And you can also choose to not listen to said roommate. Number 5, Brené Brown said it best when she said, start listening to the people that are in the arena fighting with you. Those people, you should be able to list them out on one index card. And guys, it's just the front of the index card, not the front and the back, just the front, and with a Sharpie pen. One index card should be the amount of people that you value their opinion and speaking into your life, and their opinion should matter. Number 6, change one thing or habit that you do daily. Until you change one thing or habit that you do daily, you're going to stay stuck. For me, I made the change and the decision to get up at 5 a.m. I decided that at 5 a.m. I was going to go for a walk every day and just be in the quietness of the morning with the wind in the trees and the birds chirping. Everything just feels right at 5 o'clock in the morning. So what thing or habit do you need to change in your life daily? And number 7, hire a coach. A personal coach, a business coach, a mentor, an accountability partner. They're going to hold you accountable, and they're going to probably say things that are tough to hear, that you need to hear. They're not afraid of ruffling your feathers. And quite frankly, a coach can take you past where you even thought was possible. These are some of the things that helped me get through and get out of the dark hole that I was in. And I trust that some or maybe all of these things will help you too.
If I could go back and talk to my younger self, I would let myself know that I need to take the moments to pursue my dreams, my heart's desires, and not let obligations and responsibilities to other people or things or career, and maybe career is it, and go for it. But don't let career or just even family be the be-all and end-all of what you want to dream. And when life gets in the way, it's easy to make excuses, but we never know the time that we have. And I wouldn't take for granted as much as I have in my life. I would definitely seize more opportunities that came my way, and would encourage myself to remember to answer the call of my heart. Because I love me, I live with me, and at the end of the day, at the end of my life, I'm going to answer to me. Did I really do everything that I wanted to do? And I really believe in fulfilling my life's dreams and having a full life, that I need to be true to that. And lastly, I would say I would learn to forgive. Because in forgiving, you forgive even without someone asking for it. If you wait for it, for someone to meet you where you want them to be, you could be waiting a long time. And you hold on to feelings that just manifest inside of you that don't serve you any purpose other than to hold you back. So to get out of your own way, learn to forgive. And once you do, you really begin to live a life of freedom. And it's giving yourself a gift. You don't need for somebody else to validate you or to acknowledge or understand maybe an offense that they have made against you. You need just to learn to let go, and then you'll move forward and move on. Cherish time. Time is priceless. Time is a gift that you give the ones you love. Time is a gift that you give yourself. Time is something to never take for granted. It is something that can't be bartered for. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be negotiated for. It is truly the greatest gift besides love that we have. And I think that you experience love when you spend time with the ones that truly mean the most to you. And I would spend so much more time with friends, with family, and less time in worrying about work or committees or making sure my house is exactly the way that I want it to be, the order that you think everything should be in your life. Just quit wasting time and start living life more.
What would I tell my younger self? Probably 3 different things. One is listen more, speak less, and be kind. And I'll throw in have fun at the end. And being kind was a learned lesson for me. I always wanted to win, and so I'm stubborn. And I realized in my working life and older life that you win by being kind. And I don't think kindness is ever a bad choice. So at work, if I had a problem or at home, I would stop, gather myself, and then say, what is the kind thing to do here? And when I did that, I was much happier. And being kind to people is fun. So just be kind. And I think anyone who chooses to be kind is happy. If someone's rude or mean to you, stop and think what's going on in their life. You know, we don't know, and we don't know what battles they're fighting. So do they need help? Do they need a hug? What do they need? And kindness goes a long way. And I found that listening to people is probably the hardest thing that I need to work on, but it's the most valuable thing. So just listen and ask questions before you pass judgment on someone. And maybe reach out to someone that you don't know and just work on being kind, and you'll be happy. So be kind and throw your kindness around like confetti. Thanks, Lynn. Lynn always knows how to bring the fun. She is truly amazing. You know, I have another mantra around fun. I guess it's around everything that I make a choice to do in my life, the if. Whatever if is in your life. If you are not having fun, why do it? Okay, I have a crazy idea. Well, it's not so crazy. It's called celebrate. I am going to run over to another part of the studio because I have a very special surprise for you and for someone that I would love for you to meet. Okay? So come on, join me. Thanks for joining me in my crazy idea, but it really isn't crazy at all. It's called celebration. We have missed so many celebrations this year, all of those milestones in our lives. So I thought, okay, I need a cake. So I got us all a cake. And even though I won't be able to actually get it through the virtual world to you, just know I will be celebrating with you. So it's like, well, Bonnie, what do you want on the cake? And I thought, well, we could put happy birthday, happy wedding, happy anniversary, you know, all of those things that we are postponing until we can all be together again. So this is what I have for you. Happy quarantine, okay? Now, I could really do serious damage to this cake all by myself with just a fork, but I have someone that I would love for you to meet. His name is Phil. And for those of you who have been here filming your amazing wisdom and your moments of humanity, you know that Phil is the magic man who is our director, who is filming, who sets up the cameras, and who is producing Amazing You this year. Phil, can you come and join me, please? Hey everyone, this is Phil. Phil, say hi.
Hi everyone.
Phil, I have a cake for us. And I don't know how long this whole quarantine thing is going to last, so I thought, well, maybe we would celebrate Thanksgiving too. So I have Thanksgiving plates and napkins, and this is my cake. Oh, I'm sharing it with you, cake. So I also wanted to tell you how much I appreciate all the work that you have done. And Phil, I would share my last bottle of hand sanitizer with you.
That's great.
He's happy. You just can't see it. Okay, sir, would you like a big piece or a small piece?
Take a small piece.
A small piece. Yay! Celebrate. So now we're back. After a day of stories. While I was listening to some of those stories and at the break that we had, I wrote down a few words that I would like to read to all of you. And this is going to end our day together. Now that I got the chocolate out of my teeth and off my face, and I encourage you to keep celebrating all of the little moments as well as the big moments, because we will be celebrating together again. I know that. We've all seen better times. I want you to know, truly, better times are coming. Hold on. We all struggle with something, every one of us. We're not alone, but together on platforms like this, just know you've got a place here. I see you. Hold on. At a time like this, we do need to come together and share what we know and laugh and be together. And, well, from a distance of at least 6 feet, I guess. On behalf of everyone you heard from today and from my heart, I want to say thank you for being here. I want you to remember how unique and amazing you are. There is no one like you. When writing your story or continuing your chapters or rewriting the story of who you really are today, please don't compare your chapter 1 to someone else's chapter 10 when writing that story. We are all in the process of becoming in our own lives, one step and one day at a time. My friends, this is not a race. This is a marathon of showing up, of becoming your best self each and every day. And for all of us, that looks a little different. in our own way, in our own time. My friends, you've got a lot of chapters yet to write in the stories of you, and I want you to be the hero of your story. The words we say to others about ourselves are so important, but the words we say to ourselves are more important because we're always listening. Be the hero of your story. So, until we can be together again, be good to yourself, be good to others. You are truly amazing.
You linger in the kitchen and you don't walk out the door. We are together like we've never been before. So much attention, so much time for me. Not long ago, well, there was always somewhere else you had to be. Now you are here, you are here, you are here, you are here. Everywhere I look, I see your face. Everywhere I go, I'm in your space. Yeah, you are here, you are here, you are here, you are here. Any place I'm in, you're in it too. Never thought I'd see so much of you, but so far, you've never been so near. You are here.
Must all your favorite places be exactly where I am? This sofa was my thoroughfare, now it's a traffic jam. Let's make some boundaries, let's put down some tape. Gotta get some distance now, cause there is no escape. Since you are here, you are here, you are here, you are here. Everywhere I look, I see your face. Everywhere I go, you're in my space. Yeah, you are here, you are here, you are here, you are here. Any place I'm in, you're in it too. I never thought I'd see so much of you. So far, you've never been so near. You are here.
Is this heaven I smell?
It's all 9 circles of hell. One for every life I'd give to be back the way we were.
I hate the way you're closer every day. I would never want.
When can I get you
out of my fur? You are here, you are here, you are here, you are here.
Any place I'm in, you're in it too. Never thought I'd see so much of you. So far, you've never been so near. You are here.
You are here, you are here, you are here, you are here.
You are here.
You are here, you are here, you are here. Now throw the ball.